All right, welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. So I'll open up with some introductory remarks, just some standard language to open up this information gathering session. So the task being undertaken by this committee of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine is to assess potential causes, consequences, and remediations of plug failures.
Oops, sorry.
No worries.
How do I?
There we go. All right. You can find the full statement of task in the link that I'll provide in the chat shortly. So to give some sense of the format of today's meeting, like I said, we'll do some introductions in a moment here, and then we'll have a presentation and some Q&A with the sponsor. Following that, we'll have a monitoring, data collection, and repurposing session. And the general structure of the sessions is each speaker is going to introduce themselves. Just getting settled here, no worries. Yeah, so the general structure of each session, we'll have a few presenters. Some will have PowerPoint slides, some will just present verbally, giving an introduction of who they are, what they do, what their expertise is, and we'll leave about 45 minutes to an hour of Q&A and discussion with the committee members per session. And so I'll put a link in the chat to the agenda. I think possibly my colleague just did, but so you can see the full agenda. I'll go ahead and just pop that in the chat too. A couple of logistics for the people in the room. If you have a question, please put your tent cards up like this. And we'll be sure to call on you. Hopefully we'll notice in what order you raise your tent card. For the people online, please use the Q&A function or the chat. While we do want to get to all of the questions that the audience members might have, the priority is, of course, for committee members to ask questions to our experts and collect the information that we're looking for this consensus study report. I think last thing I need to note is that this is an open on the record session, as are all of our information gathering sessions. And yeah, simply we just ask that everyone be respectful of each other throughout the meeting. A couple other notes for people in the room. The bathrooms are, if you go straight out this door, make a left, and then
Make a right.
make a right. Do you want to get? I'm bad at directions. You make a right, and then you make
Another right.
another right, and then another right, and then they're on your left. So
This one.
yes,
There are also signs that say restroom.
yeah,
Follow those.
we're in a rectangle, so eventually you'll hit them. So anyway, I'm gonna stop talking because that's what I'm best at. But I would love to go around the room here and make sorry.
Well, if you are in the room and you want to speak, please press the button in front of you on your microphone and then turn it off when you're done. Only 3 concurrent microphones can be on, which is a way for us to not talk over each other. But if you leave them on, then somebody's not going to be able to speak. So try to remember to turn it off as well. If a fire alarm goes off, which happened last week, please exit the building the way you came in and go over and stand in the lawn of the National Building Museum until it's cleared and we can come back. So thank you all for being here.
All right. I guess I can kick off a round robin of introductions of people in the room, and then we'll go to the folks that we have online. My name's Noelle Walters. I'm an associate program officer at the National Academies, and I largely support the board on earth sciences and resources. And I co-lead this study with my colleague Cameron Oskvig, who you just heard speaking. I'll turn it to you.
Yep, Cameron Oskvig. I'm the director of the board on infrastructure and constructed environment at the National Academies.
I'm Deb Glickson. I direct the board on earth sciences and resources here at the academies. And I will also add on to Cameron that you can't press the green thing to talk. You have to press the button below the green thing to talk.
Jim Bolander, consulting engineer, committee member, 40 plus years in the industry as a engineer for companies such as Mitchell Energy and Southwestern Energy. Thank you.
Tom Kropatch, committee member as well. I'm the director of the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission.
Jeff Landry here. I am a committee member, 20 years in the industry, work at Schlumberger. I am the what they call the domain manager for North America.
Jim Slutz. I'm a committee member and co-chair of the committee. Been doing some volunteer stuff with National Academies for a while. And I am the director of study operations for the National Petroleum Council, which is a federal advisory committee. And we work on anything oil and gas, but from a very broad perspective.
I'm Missy Feely. I'm a co-chair along with Jim, retired ExxonMobil chief geoscientist.
Good afternoon, everyone, or morning. My name's Jim Mayo. I'm with the Department of Interior's Orphaned Well program with the State Division. I'm glad to be here. Hello, everyone.
Dennis Holman, Holman Well Service. I've been in the P&A business for 38 years, operating in Kansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. I plugged some wells into Mexico.
Good morning. I'm Walter Guidros, geologist by background. I worked for Amoco and BP for about 35 years, the USGS for about 6 years. I'm now emeritus with the USGS.
And hi, I'm Adam Peltz. I'm a director and senior attorney at the Environmental Defense Fund. I've been there for around 14, 15 years working on subsurface energy issues around the United States.
Nathan Meehan. I'm a professor of petroleum engineering at Texas A&M University, where I, do all sorts of things.
Good morning. I'm Bart Chopper. I'm with Baker Hughes as the well abandonment leader. It's a global wall, and I've been 27 years in the industry, all with Baker Hughes.
I'm Davis Lunsford, president of Hay Creek. We're a plugging company. We plug orphan wells for the Railroad Commission and then for other operators around Texas.
David Perrin. I'm a member of the committee. I'm a wells engineer for Chevron, 13 years experience. I work on our global well abandonment team.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's move to online. I'll just go in order of the folks on my screen. Let's start with Mike Orr.
I'm Mike Orr. I operate Occlusion Solutions here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, primarily focused on next generation plugging techniques with advanced concrete, as well as monitoring and abandoned well technology identification techniques.
All right, thank you. Let's move to Jennifer Goldblatt.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Jennifer Goldblatt. I'm the acting director of the Orphan Wells Program Office. Happy to be here with you all today.
Thank you. Let's move to Eilish.
Hi, Eilish Wissenbaum. I'm with the National Energy Technology Lab, quite the mouthful. I am a researcher here and a project leader and have done research engineer, actually. But I've done a lot of research, mostly surrounding like well integrity, orphan abandoned wells, and other research within the subsurface.
All right, thank you. And then I think last but not least, we have Mary King.
Mary Kang, Associate Professor in Civil Engineering at McGill University. I'll be talking a little bit about what I do later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So why don't we go ahead and move to our first agenda item. We'll have a sponsor presentation and discussion, and I believe, Jennifer, you're going to lead that.
Yes, I am. Okay, there's the share button. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, let me know if you need any help.
Okay, let me see how the host has disabled attendee screen sharing. I need help.
There we go.
Okay, let's try again. Here we go. Okay, so hopefully can everyone see my presentation? Okay.
Yes.
And let me try and do the presentation mode. And everyone still see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. All right. It made changes on my end. All right. Just introduced myself, but I'm Jennifer Goldblatt, the Acting Director of the Orphan Wells Program Office here at the Department of the Interior. I've been with Interior, oh goodness, for close to 25 years now in various capacities. Previous to this, I was the Deputy Director and now have the opportunity to lead this very exciting program. Let's see. So our current focus, we have been able to kind of shift the narrative and the conversation to talk about the importance of plugging orphan wells to the oil and gas industry. So the talking points that we most often use are that orphan wells can negatively impact current and future oil and gas development activities, and that they pose a significant risk to national energy security and public safety. In that way, we are able to connect our program and our program's outcomes to some of the top priorities of this administration, including the president, as well as the Secretary of the Interior. And as a program, we do ensure the effective, accountable, and efficient implementation of the IIJA Orphan Wells programs. You'll also notice a shift from reference to our the statute from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So we refer to it as the IIJA. And we are an important component of the department's ongoing efforts to address our national energy emergency. We did recently publish revised grant guidance for our state matching and our state formula grant programs. The revised guidance removes burdensome non-statutory requirements and aligned implementation of our programs with the administration's efforts to unleash American energy. This allows us to kind of continue the work of our program, connecting us to those high level goals of the department and the administration. One of the statements, the questions from the group is kind of what has changed? And so we revised some of the materials that we had provided to you all in December. It's not so much wholesale changes, it's more revisions and tweaks, and I can already see an error where I still have bill funds written in there. But our overarching questions, for the most part, remain fairly consistent with what they were previously. Can we have confidence that the wells that are plugged with bill funds, that they retain their integrity for decades or longer, and particularly with kind of involving environmental conditions and given potential future subsurface uses. Also, what technological, geologic, and operational factors most commonly lead to plug failure or even failure in unplugged wells, and what are the potential environmental consequences? And to what extent can failure risks in both plugged and unplugged wells be predicted using current data, modeling, monitoring tools, and are there key gaps? The statement of the task and the priority of those items remain the same. For us, tasks 3, 4, and 5 are the higher priority, highlighting really focusing on plug failures. And I think one of the things that we'd like consideration to be given to is potential future subsurface uses, particularly because of this administration's focus on unleashing American energy. So in so much as with task 4, the risk of post-plugging failure and our management of post-plugging to include considerations for some of those potential future subsurface uses. I know the committee and members of the committee and other forums have talked about carbon storage, geothermal energy, as well as using plugged orphan wells for reservoir monitoring. So I think some of those direct connections to domestic energy production and support of that industry is very important, both for the department and for this administration. A couple of the disclaimers, just some little tweaks and revisions there. So given the scale of this federal investment, it's reasonable and it's timely for us to evaluate kind of the longevity and the performance of not only ourselves as the administrator of this program, but also of our grant recipients and the work that they're conducting. So we view that the work of this committee as an opportunity to strengthen the evidence that we have for future decision making, not just a step towards mandating any sort of federal or uniformed one-size-fits-all approach, but really to allow all of the stakeholders to have access to that information that you all gather to be able to make future decisions. Oops, sorry. And because most orphan wells are located onshore, I think that again remains one of the primary focuses. We recognize that there are orphan wells offshore and that they present unique challenges and opportunities, but really the focus is on onshore activities. And the desired outcomes, I think those also remain relatively unchanged. We would like to see a shared definition of what constitutes a plugged well failure across all of the relevant parties from a technical, regulatory, and operational perspective. The committee's work on a root cause failure analysis that can identify some of the underlying factors that contribute to plugging failure, as well as recommendations to stakeholders on how we can avoid these in the future. Some insight into whether post-plugging monitoring should be a standard practice. And if so, kind of clear recommendations from the committee on best practices as far as monitoring techniques, the frequency of monitoring, and how states and companies, the federal government, how we can prioritize some of that monitoring activity by applying a risk-based model. And also an assessment of whether current plugging practices and standards that are often used by governments and industry, if they need to be updated to reduce any long-term failure risks. What we are hoping is that the conclusions and the recommendations from this committee are actionable and that they are applicable to state and federal regulators. And the recommendation that we have is that the conclusions and the recommendations that you all draw focus kind of narrow in scope so that they, again, can be actionable and applicable. And again, they're just recommendations, right? Conclusions. They aren't a one-size-fits-all way of addressing the risks with plugging orphan wells. There were no revisions to this slide, I think primarily because I don't have access to how this slide was put together. So we're just going to take it as it's great as is. But the work that you all have done to kind of identify plugging failures, monitoring techniques, best practices, and then get into some of the well plugging best practices and the technology around well plugging. So eventually I'll figure out where that slide came from and how we can update it a little bit. But that is kind of the update that I have for all of you. Not so much a, let me see if I can stop sharing. Did that stop? I think it did. But
Yes,
we're done. But not a lot of change in this new leadership paradigm, but some tweaks and some recognition of the importance of orphan well plugging and how that connects directly to American energy.
All right, thank you so much, Jennifer.
Mhm.
I'll go ahead and open it up to questions from the committee
Sure.
or anyone in the room, really, as well as people online. Go ahead and use the Q&A function.
Go ahead, Adam.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Jennifer. I'm curious if you can speak to the updated guidance documents that just came out at the end of last week, and if there's any highlights you'd like to draw our attention to.
Let's see. Yes, I can speak to those guidance documents. And as I alluded to a little bit, we removed a number of both application and post-award requirements. So the applications now very closely align with the statutory language. We've also removed some of the post-award requirements, such as methane measurement. That's no longer a requirement for pre or post-plugging methane measurement. It's still an applicable use of the grant funds. So we are allowing states and tribes that receive the funds to measure methane, right? I think a number of states have those requirements within their own states. And so they can use grant funding to do that, but it's not required. And because it is not a required activity, it's also not required that states report. Although we are asking that if a state is measuring methane, that they do report those as either estimates or actuals in the data that they provide us. We also have removed the restriction for carbon credits. So that's a very interesting potential. I've heard of a couple of states that are interested in using their orphan well plugging activities to generate carbon credits and to kind of get their foot into that market. So we may have an opportunity as a department and as a program to do a little bit of research there, engage with some experts, try and figure out what that will mean for the grants. It is a way to generate program income. So it comes with its own set of grant requirements. But that could be a very interesting endeavor should states choose to do so. The other thing that we did was we removed the post-award requirements for states to receive authorizations to proceed from us. States have discretion in how they are using their grant funds and how they are choosing projects and how they proceed with those projects. Most of that kind of environmental compliance activity typically happens before a grant is awarded and then becomes a condition of award. We don't have that ability with how the IIJA funding is set up, how those grant programs are set up, and therefore we are removing that kind of post-award requirement to meet some of the federal responsibilities related to environmental compliance.
So were you thinking about ESA and NHPA in that context or other things?
Yes, ESA and NHPA. Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about Davis-Bacon Act?
That is still a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Mary Kang, you had your hand up. Do you still want to pose a question?
Oh, well, okay, it's a minor one. Just wanted to ask, well, you talked a bit about environmental monitoring, and I just wanted to ask if there are certain um, aspects or certain components of the environment that are more or less prioritized. Because I mean, there's
That's a
air,
really
water, soils, wildlife,
Yep.
ecosystems, you name it. So I just want to ask a little bit
Yeah,
about priority among those.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the department right now is redoing its strategic plan, and one of the kind of components in the strategic plan, I believe, is protecting and preserving lands and waters, and that is actually the component of the strategic plan that the Orphan Wells program is connected to. So there is a focus on particularly water quality. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity within the Orphan Wells community on research on how do orphan wells impact known aquifers, water sources. So I think that is one of the top environmental areas. You can kind of surmise from the change in guidance that there is less concern with methane emissions and measuring those and accounting for those. I think that air quality is still an important component, particularly for local communities. But I think it's a broader focus, not just methane, right? So anything from an orphan well that could impact air quality.
Any comments about, so anything that could affect more human health, or is it more, like agricultural impacts, or, like other, I was just wondering, like, because there's environmental impacts, say, to air and water can impact humans, but there are other ones that could, limit agricultural practices or something like that.
Yeah, no. So I think that I don't necessarily think there's been a distinction made in that, but what we are seeing is when you can quantify kind of an economic impact. So I do believe that kind of impacts to agriculture or other industries is an important component of the environmental impacts. So because recognizing a lot of orphan wells are in agricultural areas.
Great, thank you.
Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, we have a question.
Question online.
I'm not sure why I'm getting feedback. Anyway.
I don't know, but it's good now.
Okay, good. That's from Sarah Bush at EPA. Are you planning to continue existing offshore oil and gas plugging projects?
Yes, we are. So we did provide through, so the IIJA funding had a federal, a tribal, and a state component. We tend to talk about the state component most frequently because of the sheer size and dollar amounts. But that federal component, it's $250 million roughly through the life of the program, does include funding to the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, and they are actively plugging wells offshore. And I know that there are a number of states, Louisiana in particular, that recognize the and have a lot of orphaned wells in offshore and coastal areas. So we are still engaging in that activity. But I think it's just the magnitude of the problem onshore.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Adam, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, Jennifer. I thought of two more. So one is,
great.
I noticed that the prioritization elements have been updated, and I wonder, is there still an intention to defer to each individual state's preferred prioritization?
Yes, there is 100% deference to states with how they prioritize their wells for plugging. And so that component has not changed. What has changed is a recognition that that prioritization can include the impact orphan oil and gas wells have to industry. So it's a shift in focus from the administration on kind of what they see as priorities, and some suggestions and recommendations, but it is 100% each state and tribe and even federal entities prioritization. What they as a state regulator, either what they value or what is required in the regulations. I think that that aspect of prioritization is also fluid. So in so much as a state says, oh, wow, here's this emergency situation, our priorities have changed, right? So that your prioritization of those wells can shift throughout the life of a grant.
Got it. And my second question is, do you have, now that these guidance documents are out and you're able to fulsomely resume processing state applications for grants, do you have a goal of how many wells to plug by the end of the calendar year?
Oh, no, we do not have a set in stone goal. I am very interested in how this change in guidance and terms and conditions for kind of the existing grants, how that will impact the plugging rates by states. They've been fairly flat and a lot lower than we anticipated. And the hope of our program and the administration is that plugging rate is able to increase. So we are very anxious to see the results of that.
Understood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a follow-up from Sarah Bush on EPA. She says,
Yeah.
thank you. DOI be sharing well plugging emissions data publicly at some point? I recognize that not all wells will have emissions data associated with them going forward.
Yes. So our emissions data was, and so the data that states report to us and federal partners and tribes as well, is collected as part of the quarterly data that we get from grant recipients. And last summer, USGS did an analysis of that data. And I believe that their paper on that is supposed to be published soon. And kind of the ideas around how could this be extrapolated to all orphan wells or all wells in general. And so that will be available, as well as when we publish our next congressional report, we'll be updating the emissions estimates based on what data we've received. So the hope is by partnering with USGS, we're able to publish and make available some of that data, in particular, kind of the raw data, so that people can do their own analysis of methane emissions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mary Kang?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask a little bit about what the definition of American energy is. Would that include, of course, oil and gas? You mentioned geothermal, but does it also include like solar and wind and other energy sources?
That is not a question that I have enough information to answer. I think on the surface, energy is energy, but I do believe that there is a focus on more conventional sources of energy, particularly oil and gas, and the impact of that aspect of energy on the economy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hopefully I did that right.
We have a question from David Perrin.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, good morning, Jennifer. This is David Perrin
Good
on the
morning.
committee. Clarifying question. I see it used interchangeably as a well plug failure or a plugged well failure, which may have multiple plugs and total failure. So maybe it's on the committee is tasked with that definition and clarity, or is there a opinion from the DOI on what do we mean by a well plug failure? Because you can have a plug fail and maybe it's one, you don't know it.
Oh, well.
Or do you know what the impact is? And then even if you have a total well failure, you don't know it because you're not watching it. But at least if someone finds it, then it's obviously it's failed. The well itself has failed. So just want to know where we should focus the attention. I know one obviously triggers the other, but if you could add a little bit of context to that.
That's a really great question. One, I didn't quite realize that we were using those interchangeably, right? And so you know, I am curious as to what kind of the data that you all are looking at, what that shows. If it is, I assume that a plug failure is more common than a full well plugging failure, right? Just because of the numbers of it. But yeah, I don't think that we have in our minds made a distinction and or have a preference for that. Jim, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think you've covered it, Jennifer.
Okay.
And I think we can try to distinguish. I think that's where we're the challenge is the data, right? Is it because I think we're talking about the forever effect of how good is good enough, and there's things that when you're on the well and you find a plug failure and all, we can probably collect that. But is that what we're and then extrapolate to if you have 3 of those and the percentages of failure and things like that. But we're grappling with a true well that you walked away, you plugged it, and then it failed. Somehow you found out, whether a landowner found it, you found it, however, you don't have a great track record of that, right? So how do you really attribute then to do a root cause failure analysis? So that task, which we know is high priority and all, I'm personally struggling with how we frame the question and all, but we're going to do a good job. I think we will. And maybe I'm tipping my hand on what the conclusions recommendations are, but I just want to make sure if there's something else that the DOI has already had in mind as we're talking about true blue failure, it's impacting ground waters and or subsurface things like that.
Yeah, I think my kind of not being really in the industry, right? Like, so my vision is, a true well failure, right? The whole well plugging failure, the whole thing fails. Because to me, that's what the public's going to see. But the individual plugs and their failure, that seems to be kind of a nuance of almost the same question, right? And I'm curious because I know that industry often monitors wells that are plugged, that are traditional, conventional wells, right? Not orphan wells, monitors those for a period of time, right? And in that, is industry monitoring individual plugs, or are they monitoring the integrity of the entire well? So I think maybe there's something to be learned there. But that's just a very, kind of off the cuff response.
No, I appreciate that. I think that's kind of in general whether it can be, just like the public, what do we really care about, right? Is a total failure. What is the objective? And meet that.
And I think that in the public's mind, that's what we've got, like that total failure where it becomes very obvious. But there is that nuance to individual components, right? And perhaps monitoring those individual components prevents that totality of well plugging failure.
Right. No, thank you.
Yes. Well, I guess I want to follow on that a bit. The public, in a way, doesn't care about the mechanical and hydraulic integrity of well bores and completions so much as they might care about gas, oil, or saltwater flow to surface or to ground freshwater. And so I think that the failure is probably better couched in terms of impact of failure in some ways. If we had a improperly abandoned or failed plug that allowed deep salt water to flow to some other deep saltwater reservoir, or even to a depleted oil zone that's not going to be re-entered. We'll never know it, and it doesn't affect human life very much compared with the potential for fresh water. So I think that it'll be hard to separate a failure. I mean, there may very well be some failures where microscopic volumes of gas come to the surface. We'll, never know about these things, and so the failure has to be couched in terms of its impact. And I think the only ones we kind of see become the surface flows of significant volume. It is very difficult to find flows to fresh water unless they really impact fresh water in a meaningful way. So they're all magnitude driven in some ways. So that's why I think we're struggling with some of these definitions.
Yeah. Yeah. So almost a characterization of impact when you talk about either a plug failure or a well plugging failure.
Jeff?
Nate pretty much followed up kind of what I was saying. In a failure analysis, it's impact and probability, right? So that's how we'll get to some root cause on how.
Yeah.
What's the most impactful, right? Is is it making a lake in West Texas? That's pretty obvious. It's bad. We can do that. But is it just a freshwater aquifer, or is it a backup aquifer on a rancher's land, or some other analysis? That's harder for us to see, right? We're not actually doing water analysis on most ranches out there in agricultural America right now. It may be so in cities where we get a freshwater report from the government, but that's not common in all rural America where most of these orphan wells are. So I think that's where we're having a problem finding data, is that data, even if we're just looking at methane, will solve our problems. Like not necessarily. I think saltwater flows could be drastically more detrimental to the freshwater aquifer than methane leak, right? So, and produced water injection and the conventionals that we deal with a lot in the U.S. Like you mentioned, and is one of your analysis what we plan to do with the well. So impact, and probability in a chart to focus in on a failure, right? Because failure is easy. Failure is an easy term to say, but we are all struggling this whole year with quantifying what an impactful failure is. And that's kind of data that supports that is hard to come.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions in the room?
We have one from Jim.
Oh, sorry, Jim, go ahead.
Not really a question, more of a comment as kind of the roundtable's been going. I think that the issue is obviously nuanced. More than likely, when we have a plug failure, we're actually going to find that while we're actually in the process of plugging the well, whether it's through tagging or testing or what have you. That's where we're going to find an actual plug failure. When we're thinking of a well failure, the issue that we're having is follow-up. To be honest, there's not a lot of data. Most of it's anecdotal with what we're finding. And the issue is the ability for monitoring to take place, because, once that well's been plugged and abandoned, goes back to the landowner, and it requires the landowner to allow you to come on his property to test that well from a long-term perspective. So the issue that we're having, especially from a root cause analysis perspective, is the lack of data. We all know, and we'll, definitely, we know mechanisms that are the potential to create failures. and those will be presented. But being able to, show from a root cause nationwide what that is going to be tough. One of the areas that we're looking at is actual barrier failures in active wells. We have some data that's available there that we can kind of show what's happening, whether it's a barrier failure or whether there's a change in operations, in which presentation we had the other day, where in some specific states the freshwater requirements are going deeper and deeper. And in those cases, primary cement on an active well wasn't brought high enough, but that's just a change in, what happens over the years. So I think we probably have more data there than on plugged wells that will be able to, show what some of the mechanisms are, but it's going to be hard in plugged wells today.
Dennis?
On the on the wells that are plugged, when you squeeze a plug, then you go in there and tag it. You're assuming that plug is good. When you squeeze a zone, squeeze it off, it should be displaced, and there should be a bond run, which is currently not being done at this point. To do something in New Mexico, I think that's something that y'all should look at.
Thank you, Dennis. Any other comments, questions? Noel?
I'll make a comment just briefly, and I think we might have another question in the chat. Okay, yes, I'll read this one real quick before I make a comment. It's from Dwayne Purvis. He said, perhaps I misunderstood the comment, but to be clear, methane in an aquifer is detrimental to water quality. It changes the chemistry and can increase H2S, and if memory serves, iron and manganese. So, all right, thank you, Dwayne. I'm happy to see you on as well. Okay, and yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment after hearing some of this conversation. Back to the overarching questions revised. I appreciate that the last bullet is, to what extent can failure risks in both plugged and unplugged wells be predicted using current data modeling and monitoring tools, and where are the key gaps? I feel like that's the core of this conversation. And of course, I'll leave that to the committee ultimately to just determine, but that's, I think, a relief to see in your PowerPoint, because it kind of reinforces what we've been talking about as a group.
Yeah.
All right, any final questions from people in the room or online? Giving it a few moments, I think if not, we'll go ahead and release Jennifer. Thank you so much for meeting with us this morning and for that presentation. It's been really helpful talking to you. And I think we'll end this session early. We'll take about a 10-minute break, and then I think we have all of our we'll have all of our speakers present for the next session by 10 a.m. And so I think we'll just go ahead and move forward a little bit early with our schedule. So, all right, with that, thank you, Jennifer. And we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll see you all again at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Testing. All right, there we go. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I'm gonna go ahead and kick it over to our co-chair, Jim Slutz, to moderate this next session. we're having a discussion on monitoring, data collection, and repurposing, from which we'll hear from Jade Buteau, Mary Kang, one of our committee members, and Mike Orr. So Jim, I'll go ahead and kick it over to you. And Sam, if I think we can pull up, or I'm sorry, Jade, were you gonna run your slides on your end?
Yes, if that's okay.
Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah. No,
You're good?
thank you. I was bringing up my computer and I'm trying to do it without causing a sound issue. And I think I got the setting right. I'll pull it up in a minute so I can see the questions, but let us get underway. So first, Jade, we'll let you kick this off.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna share my screen. And while we wait, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay. And can you see the screen?
It's loading. Let's see.
It's loaded up.
Yep. Yeah, we can see now.
It's loaded now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I can start. So thank you for inviting me to present to the committee today. And so my name is Jade Buteau, and I'm a PhD student in civil engineering at McGill University, which is in Montreal, Canada. And I'm part of Professor Mary Kang's lab. So today I'll be talking about data collection and renewable energy production potential of abandoned and orphan wells in Canada and the US. So first of all, what's the difference between an abandoned and an orphan well? And so there is a difference between both, but they can sometimes be used interchangeably. So the main difference between an abandoned and an orphan well is that for orphan wells, they don't have any financial responsible party to take care of the plugging and the remediation. And so the financial responsibility falls on government agencies and therefore taxpayer money. So why is it important to differentiate between abandoned and orphan wells? Well, it impacts which wells are eligible for some federal funding. So for example, with the $4.7 billion to plug and remediate orphan wells that was allocated with the bill, only documented orphan wells are eligible for this funding. It's also important to differentiate between both because it impacts who is liable for the well and who is liable to plug and remediate them. So as we know, abandoned and orphan wells can pose some environmental and climate risks. They can potentially also cause explosions. They can be a potential source of methane emissions, which is, and so methane is a potent greenhouse gas, but they can also emit other air pollutants. They can also cause the contamination of water sources. They can also degrade ecosystems and potentially impact human health. And so we need to plug and remediate those wells to limit their environmental and human health risks. But because it can be expensive to plug them, and there's often limited or no financial incentive to plug and remediate them, many of these wells are still unplugged today. If we look specifically at orphan wells in the US, so in 2021 with the bipartisan infrastructure law, or the bill, $4.7 billion were allocated to mitigate documented orphan wells in the US. So we estimated the total plugging costs for two populations of documented orphan wells. So assuming that there are 80,000 orphan wells in the US, or assuming there are 130,000. And so this total plug-in cost also includes surface cleaning and any other remediation costs. And we also estimated for different inflation costs. What we found is that total plugging costs for these wells are likely to exceed the current federal funding of $4.7 billion. And so more funding would be needed to plug and remediate the total population of orphan wells, especially as this number keeps increasing over time. However, there are opportunities for abandoned and orphan wells beyond just plugging and remediating the site. And so as we can see in those figures and in the chart, there is significant potential to repurpose the site to potentially install wind turbines or solar panels, or even convert the well into a geothermal well. There is also potential for geologic storage, so the storage of natural gas or carbon dioxide or even hydrogen. As we can see, there is a large portion of orphan wells that fall on saline aquifers and other types of geologic formation. And so there is potential beyond just plugging and remediation. And so diving a bit deeper into the potential for renewable energy production specifically. And so while we could install solar panel, wind turbines, and even convert the well into a geothermal well, there is also this potential to use more than one of these sources together at one site. And so potentially we could combine all of those three renewable energy sources at one location. And so converting these wells for renewable energy production can bring many benefits, including reusing the land and any surrounding infrastructure. It could also preserve land that would have otherwise been used to produce renewable energy. It can also serve as a way to incentivize mitigation at those sites and also provide an additional funding stream to do this mitigation. And lastly, it could provide as a way to ensure that those sites are monitored in the long term. But first, to assess this potential, we need more data on abandoned and orphan wells. So in this next section, I'll walk you through our data compilation method. So we compiled an abandoned and orphan well dataset in Canada and the US. And so we've gathered data from public well databases that are maintained by regulatory agencies, so by states, province, and territories. When data was missing, we contacted the corresponding agency to get more information, or when we had a question about a definition. And so for this data set, we did extensive QA/QC. We removed any duplicates or wells that weren't related to oil and gas. We also QA/QC'd the locations and make sure that some of them weren't in the middle of the ocean. Importantly, when we did this compilation, we didn't include wells on federal or tribal lands. There are also uncertainties in this data set. For example, we didn't include undocumented wells. So undocumented wells, by definition, are not included or documented in public well databases. And so we did not account for them. Also, the location of these wells from these databases may not necessarily agree with field inspections. And so we did not go in the field and try to confirm those well locations. And we also didn't look at satellite imagery to confirm the well locations, although there is some research right now that is looking into that. And so importantly, this data set reflects the state of current public knowledge that we have on abandoned and orphan wells. So one of the biggest challenge that we came across during this abandoned and orphan well data compilation was definitions. So the definition for abandoned and orphan wells can vary widely depending on the state, the province, or the territory. So here we use the term abandoned well, like in the US greenhouse gas inventory. And so this abandoned well term is the umbrella term that encompasses all wells that are not producing any oil or gas. And so this may include wells that are considered suspended, shut in, inactive, idle. But importantly, it also includes orphan wells. So they are a subcategory of abandoned wells, and they have, as we mentioned earlier, no responsible party to plug and remediate the well. So when we look at orphan wells, there are two subcategories: orphan wells that are documented and the ones that are undocumented. What we mean by documented orphan wells is that there is some sort of record that establishes their existence, and they have been verified through some internal state verification process. When we look at undocumented orphan wells, we know very little or have no information on these wells. And so, for example, we might not even know where they are. And now looking at some orphan and abandoned well numbers and their attributes. So we found about 3 million abandoned and orphan wells in the US and about 425,000 in Canada. When we look at the distribution of abandoned versus orphan wells in the US, we see that orphan wells represent about 4% of the total population of wells that are not producing in the US. And so only this 4% is being addressed with the bipartisan infrastructure law. And so the $4.7 billion that's been allocated to plug and remediate those wells. And so only this 4% is eligible. When we did the compilation, so looking at orphaned and abandoned across orphan abandoned wells across both country, we found that location data was missing for about 8% of these wells. And so they are not included in this map. And we also found that well depth information was missing for about 50% of these wells. It's also important to remember that there may be hundreds of thousands, if not up to 1 million wells that are still undocumented. And so that could significantly increase the distribution of wells that we see here, or even the number of wells that are being documented. So looking at the depth data, so that's available for about 50% of the wells that we looked at, we found that most of them, so around 90%, have depth, so they are less than 3 kilometers deep. And so that has important implications in terms of looking at or estimating well plugging costs or well plugging technologies, but also when we're thinking about converting those wells into geothermal wells. And so the remaining 10% of the wells that have available data are deeper and are between 3 and 10 kilometers deep. If we look specifically at orphan wells in the US, we did one compilation before the announcement of the $4.7 billion that would be available to plug and remediate those orphan wells. And we did one compilation after the announcement. What we found in that 6-month period between the two compilation was a 50% increase in the number of documented orphan wells. And so while we think this likely had to do with the announcement of this federal funding, it also shows that the number of orphan wells can change over time, and not only due to a policy announcement, but because of other various factors. Another important thing to note here is that these two data sets that were compiled represent a snapshot in time of the number of orphan wells and their distribution. And so with these charts, we've looked at the number of orphan wells in relation to oil prices, because we wanted to better understand why wells were becoming orphaned and what were possible factors for them becoming orphaned. And so here we've looked at 4 states, and we looked at yearly and monthly data, and these time periods and states were selected because they had available data. And so while we did not find any statistical significance between the number of wells that are orphaned over time and oil prices, it remains that the number of orphan wells can change over time, and we need to look at other factors. For example, gas prices or bankruptcy in oil and gas companies or changes in policies to better understand the factors that determine why wells are becoming orphaned. And so we also looked at the availability of well attributes. And so while these wells may be considered documented in public well databases, information is largely unavailable for these wells. And so we looked at 3 well attributes. We looked at the type of the well, so whether it produces oil or gas. We looked at the depth and the last production date. So here, last production date can be an indication of when the well was orphaned. And so when the data is not available, it can be because the data was never recorded at all, or because it's in a record that was never digitized. But even when we look at available well attributes, so for example, for well type, about 83% of the wells have an available well type. But even then, half of those wells report a well type that is unknown. And so even though the data may be available, there is still a lot of uncertainty. If we look at last production date, so it's the chart on the bottom right, we see that a large fraction of orphan wells last produced within the past decade, and we can see a steady increase over time since the 1980s. But while this is based on only the available data from 16% of the well, the data may also be biased towards wells that were more recently orphaned and probably better documented. We also looked at the availability of those attributes by states. And what we found is that there is not one single state that reports all these 3 well attributes for all its documented orphan wells. And even then, there are some variability between states. If we look, for example, at Pennsylvania, a large portion or number of the wells in Pennsylvania have information on well type, but not so much for well depth and last production date. And so we saw a large variability in attribute availability by state. And now switching gears and looking at the renewable energy potential at abandoned and orphan wells. And so here we superimposed our abandoned and orphan well data sets on wind potential maps. And so we did not account for any factors other than the ones that were already included on those maps. We also assumed that there will be 1 wind turbine per well site. And what we found, if we put all those well locations from Canada and the US together, we see that the total wind potential at this site, at all these sites, exceeds the current installed capacity in both countries. And so there is significant potential at those locations. Similarly, for solar potential, we assume a typical utility scale PV panel at each of the abandoned and orphan well locations. And if we put all of this potential together, we see that this potential could boost the current installed capacity in both countries by more than 5%. When looking at the potential for geothermal, we looked at maps of heat flow and enhanced geothermal systems. So these are usually geothermal wells that are deeper, so between 3 and 10 kilometers deep. What we found was that most of the geothermal potential seems to be in parts of Western Canada and the US. But importantly, the Department of Energy has invested about $8 million in pilot projects that are converting abandoned wells into geothermal wells. And so it will be interesting in the upcoming years to see how those projects evolve. And so there are some challenges when we think about repurposing those abandoned and orphan wells for renewable energy production. And so we need to think about other factors beyond just looking at the technical potential or at renewable energy map. We need to think about ownership and who has ownership and how that transfer can be done. We need to think about the regulations that are in place or if we need new regulation for this type of repurposing. We also need to think about economics and about if it's economically feasible and if it could help and be an additional funding stream to mitigate those sites. And so far there has only been a very limited number of pilot projects, and they are mostly focused on geothermal. But still, before we want to look at developing individual projects or looking at specific well sites, we need to address the data gap in abandoned and orphan well numbers and their attributes. So I wanted to leave you with some of the key takeaways. So I wanted to show the importance of having an abandoned and orphan well data set. It can help us estimate leakage or methane emission potential or any other air pollutants that are emitted from these sites. It can also be important to estimate well plugging costs and determine any additional federal funding, and also to develop long-term mitigation plans for these wells. Lastly, it can also help us develop repurposing plans and also ensure some long-term monitoring at those sites. But there are still some uncertainties. For example, there are still a lot of attributes that remain unavailable for many of these wells in terms of well numbers, their location, and their depth. Importantly, it's estimated that there's between 300,000 and 800,000 wells that are still undocumented in the US. There's also some undocumented wells in Canada, but this would significantly increase the number and distribution of wells in both countries. So that's all I had. I wanted to put the link to the paper and also to the data set that we compile. Both of them are publicly available if you want to look at them. So thank you again for your attention and for inviting me to present today. And on that note, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have primarily a discussion after the three speakers, but if anyone has any clarifying questions, we would entertain those. And I have one that's a clarifying question that I'll kick it off if others. And I just wanted to confirm that in your definitional section, are those definitions are as you define them in the paper, or are they from a specific definition standards document?
Good question. So we combine those definitions from a number of different sources. So for example, abandoned well, we follow the definition from the US greenhouse gas inventory. And for orphan wells, we're following the definition from the bipartisan infrastructure law. So they give a definition for which wells are eligible to be plugged and remediated. And so we're following those definitions. But because each state or province or territory has a different definition, we had to combine them, and we're following those big definitions. I hope that answers the question.
It does, and we've done some work in the definitional space. That's why I just wanted to clarify, particularly when it comes to orphan wells separate from undocumented wells. Okay. Any other clarifying questions for anybody? Okay. Okay, thanks. Well, we will then move on to our committee member and Mary Kang. And Mary, all yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me talk today. Let me just share my screen. Okay, I think it's working now. Can everybody see my screen okay and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'll jump right in. Yeah, so thank you for having me to speak today. So I'm going to be talking about environmental monitoring of orphan abandoned oil and gas wells, some of the work that we've been doing in my lab at McGill. Oh, okay. There we go. So I think the talk by the sponsor today was really helpful in terms of mentioning different environmental risks. That discussion was really helpful because I'm going to really pick up on that today. There are a lot of different environmental risks associated with abandoned and orphan wells, some of which are kind of shown here. So, there are wells, that slice through or go through different layers of rock containing different kinds of fluids. And then, these wells can act as a pathway for different fluids to migrate between different subsurface layers and into groundwater and enter into homes and other buildings or emitted to the atmosphere and impact the air, but also water, both surface and groundwater. And of course, that has impact on human health, but also on other economic and can have other economic impacts. So, so I'm going to touch on all of these, but really focus on methane emissions and groundwater. But I will start with kind of an overview on some air and water and health considerations for environmental risk in terms of environmental risks. So I kind of put the numbers here. So first one is the black, then I'll talk about methane emissions and then groundwater. So this is the discussion here is really going to be based on this national scale analysis of environmental risks and opportunities of documented orphan wells. It's a paper that I led in 2023. Jade was a part of that paper, and we used data that she compiled in September 2021, which is about 80,000 documented orphan wells. It's a smaller data set, but if you look at the distribution, I mean, you still have similar spatial distribution. So we're assuming that it's still okay, and there's still important findings that are still relevant. So analyzing that 80,000 data set, we found, millions of people that live within a kilometer of at least one documented orphan well. We broke this down into demographics, as you can see on the left. Mostly Caucasian, but quite a few Hispanic and AAPI and African American. And then if you look on the right, we also did a comparison between the percentage of people that are living within 1 kilometer, and then what is their percentage when you're thinking about the overall national average. So there are a few things that stand out. I think the Hispanic Latino population in particular, the blue bar is much bigger than the orange bar being the national average, which means that there are more Hispanic Latino people within a kilometer. Another one probably worth noting is the Native American Alaskan Native population. The numbers are smaller, but the relative differences are quite big, with the blue being much bigger than the orange. So why is it important to know how many people live near these wells? Because they do pose health risks. So one of the studies that were, this was a study done in Pennsylvania. They measured benzene and also other volatile organic compounds from abandoned wells. So not just orphaned, so the broader set of abandoned wells. And they found benzene in 70% of the wells that they looked at. And benzene is a known human carcinogen, so definitely something you don't want to be exposed to. So looking at this data set, so that was just for Pennsylvania, and unfortunately there isn't data like this for the whole, all of the US. In terms of water, so I'm going to switch gears to water. There are a lot of groundwater wells that are located near documented orphan wells. So here we were just looking at domestic drinking water wells, because then people will be directly or more likely to be exposed. So orphan wells may increase the risk of nearby groundwater contamination, and people relying on domestic groundwater wells are at increased risk of exposure to contaminants leaked via orphan wells. So we did a proximity analysis, and in the map, the dark purple are the locations where the wells are within 1 kilometer away. And then the bar chart kind of shows you kind of the distribution, with most being, the biggest percentage being within that first kilometer, and then this 2 to 3 kilometers and so forth. But this doesn't actually tell you if you're necessarily impacted by groundwater contamination. To do that, you actually need water quality data. So we try to look for water quality data, and this is one of the biggest compilations, and found that really there wasn't a lot of water quality data, both at the ground for groundwater and surface water. So nationwide, we're looking at 8% of documented orphan wells have at least one or more groundwater quality monitoring site within 1 kilometer. And 7% of documented orphan wells have one or more surface water quality monitoring site within 1 kilometer. And there are some states with less than 5%, very few with more than 20%. And that's kind of what is shown in that bar chart there. So the map kind of shows you all the locations for groundwater and surface water samples, and then the documented orphan wells in red. It looks like a lot, but when you break it down, it's really a very small percentage, so less than 10% really have data. And even when there is data, actually, I don't show this here, they're quite outdated. They're from many, many years ago, so it's really hard to say that we could use that data to assess water quality today. So that was a very high-level overview of some of the environmental risks. I'm going to dive in next to methane emissions, which is really work that I spend a lot of time doing. But one of the main, so there's many reasons to think about methane emissions, climate being one of them, because it's just greenhouse gas. But there are also air pollution implications, because methane is a precursor for ground level ozone, which is the criteria air pollutant. And it can be a proxy for other environmental risks. And yeah, so I'll dive in and talk a little bit more about methane emissions. So we do a lot of measurements of methane emissions at abandoned orphan oil and gas well sites. So kind of has different components. So first we have to find the well. Even if it's documented, we still have to find it. And maybe it's as easy as just getting there and the GPS coordinate is right, and you just get there and it's easy, but it's not always like that. Sometimes it's way more challenging. And if the well is buried, then there's no surface evidence. So then in that case, we might use a ground-based magnetometer. We do look at satellite aerial imagery before we go on site to kind of get a sense of the site. And we have been involved in various drone surveys to kind of locate the well. And then once we found it, we do methane screening and detection, both at the ground level, directly at the infrastructure, and using various aerial methods for methane detection. So both drones and helicopters are platforms that we currently are using. But all of that doesn't actually give you methane emission rates. So to do that, we have to do the third step, which shown in that gray box, quantification. So we rely a lot on chamber measurements. And one of the reasons for that is because we want to separately measure out something called the SCV, which I'll get into shortly, and which was kind of mentioned in Greg's talk last week. So it's the same thing. And we want to separate the emissions from the SCV from the wellhead. And I'll talk a little bit more about why, but if we want to do that, there are very few ways that we can do that. And one is the chamber measurement. We could use a high flow sampler in some cases, and we can also use flow meters if there's infrastructure we could attach to. And we do all of those things. We do take a lot of gas samples, both for quality control, but we can also use that information for geochemical analysis. That we do a lot of it in the lab, but I won't be talking so much about that today. But if you have questions, I'm happy to talk more about the geochemical work later. So I said we like to measure methane emissions from the surface casing vent and the wellheads separately. So the surface casing vent is, I guess, is very Canadian terminology, but people in the US use it too, or it's called a casing vent. But the important thing here is that they do, so there's a kind of a diagram, and Greg showed a similar diagram last week. So I won't go over it, but I think the key point here is that the source of the methane that is released from the surface casing vent flow and from the wellhead could be different, meaning that from a mitigation perspective, this is, you might want to do different things, or you may have to do different things. There are also implications from an emissions quantification perspective, but that's only in Canada, because in Canada, we separately quantify methane emissions from surface casing vent flows and wellheads, both for non-producing or abandoned wells and for active wells. In the US greenhouse gas inventory, this distinction is not made. In fact, it's unclear actually if any kind of surface casing vent emissions are accounted for. I think they may be captured indirectly. There's also this, the casing vents are in some states closed or in many states closed. So that might be the justification for not including it explicitly. But there is a complete different approach to estimating emissions in the two countries. But in Canada, it's important to separate those out if we want to inform inventories, but it's also really important, again, for mitigation and understanding what's happening in the subsurface. So for these reasons, we separately measure emissions. And of course, it's easy to combine them. But if you do a combined measurement, it's basically impossible to separate those out. So we've been measuring these wells across Canada for a while. And so we just published a paper a couple months ago, led by Louise Klotz, a former student of mine. And this paper compiled measurements from 494 non-producing wells across 5 Canadian provinces, all the way from, I don't know if you can see my cursor, all the way in Western Canada, so British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan to Ontario and Quebec. And one of the reasons we wanted to capture this geographical variability is because we did some literature review, and geographical variation is consistently shown to be a predictor of high emitters. And really, geographical variation probably captures a lot of other factors, including geological factors, engineering factors, and other operational factors, and policy. In addition to that, we explicitly considered well type. So, we wanted to make sure we got some oil wells and some gas wells. And we specifically looked at, make sure we captured different well statuses and plugging statuses. So what did we find? We found a large range in methane emission rates. So here I'm separately showing the wellhead emissions and the surface casing vent emissions. So if you look, and it's broken up by province, so each one of those little bubbles is a measurement of methane emissions at a wellhead or a surface casing vent. I do want to draw your attention to the y-axis, which is the same for both panels. The thing that I want to note is that each interval represents 3 orders of magnitude. So there's a huge range in terms of methane emission rates. And so again, this is the y-axis is logarithmic. So that's why the red bars, which represent the mean emission rate, is much higher than the black bar, which represents the median. So the emission rate, the mean emission rate is really driven by the high emitters. And the mean emission rate is what's important when you want to think about emission inventories, especially at regional or national scales. So we took that data and we made some estimates for across Canada, and the headliner was that there's a 7-fold underestimation in non-producing or abandoned well methane emissions in Canada. And now it's becoming quite significant. We're representing 13% of total currently estimated fugitive oil and gas methane emissions in Canada. And the estimates are outside the ECCC or Environment and Climate Change Canada uncertainty range. So the big question is this underestimation happening elsewhere? So to answer that question, we might want to think like, why did ECCC or the government of Canada underestimate emissions by so much? Well, the big reason is that they were using an older measurement data set that didn't include the new highest emitters that we measured in Alberta. The new highest emitter that we measured was 39 kilograms per hour. The one that their highest emitter was around 5 kilograms per hour. And so that's an order of magnitude difference. And we measured a lot of them. Well, not a lot, but we measured a lot of high emitters. And all of these high emitters are from surface casing vents. There are surface casing vents in British Columbia, but we didn't get to measure them in this study. But we did measure a lot of surface casing vent emissions in Saskatchewan. Interestingly, we're not seeing the super high surface casing vent emissions in Saskatchewan. So, there's a lot to unpack there, but the bigger question is, how can we get a representative sample, including the right proportion and rates of high emitters? And the approach that we're taking right now is doing multi-scale measurements involving helicopter surveys. This is a helicopter that the British Columbia Energy Regulator has been commissioning annually, and also that we've been using as well. And so this is very much ongoing work, but we did an earlier preliminary analysis. And so using this helicopter survey data, we can better estimate emissions. At that point, we didn't have all the information, and it wasn't clear if the emissions were going to be higher or lower than the national inventory estimates. But this is something we're working on right now. Another thing that we did, again, in that Claude et al. Paper, is to look at well attributes. And for all the wells that we measured, we did have most of the attributes. And so we looked at, which ones matter the most? So there's a lot to unpack here. I will say that the top row represents categorical variables like well status, fluid type, wellbore deviation, operator. The bottom represents continuous variables like density, age. I think what I would like people to note is that there are some, attributes that are, more consistently a better predictor of higher emissions. Like well status does seem to matter pretty much across the pretty much across the board. But interestingly, it doesn't matter so much in Ontario and Quebec. And then, for example, the operator seems to matter a lot for SCV emissions in Saskatchewan, but not so much in Alberta. So it's very region specific. And then even among regions, for example, like operator doesn't seem to matter for SCV emissions in Alberta, but seems to matter a bit for wellhead emissions in Alberta. So it gets very complicated. So we can dive into all of these attributes a lot more, but I think I would just like to say that the role of well attributes vary with province and by component. And this is actually not, these are a select set of well attributes. There are actually a lot more attributes that we could potentially consider and that may have an effect. And so this is a study that we did earlier on looking at all literature, but we didn't just look at abandoned well studies. We also looked at active well studies. But what you can see here that there are a lot of attributes, and we see a lot of the ones that you might think would be important actually give conflicting results, like well age. So I think the biggest takeaway here is that geographical location matters. And I think I mentioned this before, but it also depends on scale. I didn't get into that. That's one of the, interesting things that I could have dived into in that previous slide, but it really depends on scale as well. So, methane emissions are important for climate, but can they be used as a proxy for other environmental risks? This was a study that we did in Ontario, Canada. We went to 82 oil and gas wells there, and we measured hydrogen sulfide, or we detected hydrogen sulfide, and we were able to measure hydrogen sulfide at 8 oil and gas wells. And the data shows the 46 samples that we collected at these 8 oil and gas wells, and the methane concentrations are on the x-axis, and then the hydrogen sulfide concentrations are on the y-axis. And you could see there is some relationship, actually a pretty strong relationship. Where we see H2S, we also see methane, and we see more methane where we see more H2S. So I think there is potential to use methane emissions as a proxy for other environmental risks. Okay, so I'm going to move on to groundwater. So everything I talked about so far was about gas emissions measured at the surface. So we weren't doing anything in the subsurface. So we're just measuring what's happening at the subsurface. So, we had discussions on this before, but it doesn't necessarily tell you what's happening in the subsurface and to what extent groundwater contamination may be occurring. There was a study done in the Netherlands, and basically what they did was there was a buried well, and they measured the methane emissions on the ground surface, on the soil surface, and they saw no methane emissions. They dug a hole, a meter deep hole, and they saw quite a bit of methane emissions. And so, what their study showed was there's quite a bit of microbial degradation, a lot of dispersion that's happening within the soil column. And this is probably happening in a lot of places. So I think, what I want to say here is that, I spent all this time talking about methane emissions. I just want to emphasize that methane emission measurements cannot be used to understand the extent of subsurface impacts. And, this was talked about a bit before about groundwater well depths. So the average groundwater depth in the US, this was based on data from about 10 years ago, was 72 meters deep, so below the ground surface. So the depth of oil and gas wells are generally much deeper. Even these are some numbers from California. It's about 1 kilometer deep. So it's orders of magnitude deeper. But groundwater wells are being drilled deeper. So there remains questions as to what should be protected. So there was a study that we did. This was based in California. So we looked at water quality data that was available this was in the Central Valley. So where there's actually a lot of oil and gas production. And what we did was we compared the water quality data, so the total dissolved solids concentrations at various depths. And we looked at the depths and compared that. Okay, so we looked at data of total dissolved solids concentration from groundwater at different depths. And then we compared those depths to the defined base of fresh water, which was used to define the extent to which groundwater is managed and protected. So in this one, we compared it to the USGS estimated base of fresh water. So in that left panel, all of those big blue dots represent fresh groundwater that is found below the base of fresh water. So they would not be protected. And so if you try to look at, if you look at the right panel, we actually use different definitions of fresh water. So 1,000 milligram per liter threshold, 2,000, 3,000. And so depending on what definition you use, 30% to more than 60% of the data are below the defined base of fresh water is actually fresh water, and should probably, or we can ask the question like should these waters be protected? So to summarize, this brings us to the question, which groundwater aquifers should be protected? And really, we kind of want to think also about, do we want to focus on aquifers that we use now or those that may be used in the future? And that brings us to this, to this slide on definitions. We talked about the challenge of defining well failures. We talked about the challenge of defining what an abandoned well is or orphan well is. Actually, it's also difficult to define what freshwater is, or even brackish or saline. So there are a lot of definitions, and this figure here from a paper I published a few years back is by no means comprehensive, but gives you kind of a sense of how variable they can be. But let's focus on the far left on freshwater. So the most popular definition for freshwater is, total dissolved solids concentrations under 1,000 milligrams per liter. But 1,000 milligrams per liter TDS is actually poor drinking water for, by the World Health Organization. And in fact, the secondary maximum contaminant level is by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is 500 milligrams per liter. And excellent drinking water is 300 milligrams per liter. And I've tested TDS in the water that I drink. It's well under 100 milligrams per liter. Of course, there's a lot of variation. But in general, 1,000 milligrams per liter, I think most of us will not like drinking that water. And yeah, but then, so the even 1,000, it's complicated. We will still need to treat that water. So if you're treating it anyways, maybe, 3,000 is treating 3,000 milligrams per liter water is not such a big, not that much more of an effort. And that could be also extended maybe even up to 10,000 milligrams per liter, which is also the, the threshold for underground sources of drinking water, which is a common definition that many states use for protected waters. And just for, some kind of reference, seawater is 35,000 milligrams per liter. We all know there are lots of places, including in California and other places, where they are desalinating seawater. So that's 35,000 milligrams per liter on average. And, did a compilation of commercially available desalination technologies about 10 years ago. And, there were, at that time, was about 100 milligrams per liter. So, there's a lot of technology that is coming up. and there's increasing water needs. So, deep groundwater, generally considered too saline, may be usable in the future. This is about groundwater contamination incidents. I think we briefly talked about it. This is from a older study by the Groundwater Protection Council that came out in 2011. Sorry, someone talk. Hello?
I think that was a mistake. Sorry, Mary.
Okay. Okay, so I'll keep going. And sorry if I'm going over time. So groundwater contamination incidents. I just want to provide some of these numbers because I want to compare it in the next slide. So in this study, they found like 22% of recorded incidents of groundwater contamination attributed to orphan well leakage in Ohio were attributed to orphan well leakage in Ohio. There was another 14% of all incidents kind of attributed to orphan wells in Texas. This is quite outdated, so I have some questions about updates and what the status is in other states. But I just want all of you to keep that 22% and 14.2% in mind, and look at well integrity failure rates. So if you look at, Greg talked about so the first bullet point here that I'm pointing to is the, up to 2.26.5%. That's based on Colorado, New Mexico, and Pennsylvania data on well integrity failure rates. So the numbers that I presented are kind of within that range. I want to present some other numbers here, kind of similar kind of things. Looking at well integrity failures, mainly on active wells. In British Columbia, they found 10.8%. Alberta, looking at provincial data again, they were looking at somewhere between 0.75% to 6.2%. But these three points are all based on government data. And the last point is we actually did kind of an estimate based on our independent measurements. This only looks at non-producing wells, where all the other ones look at more active wells. And we found 31.8%, so slightly higher and quite a bit higher than what was estimated in Alberta using the provincial database. And so that's kind of re-emphasized on the table or the figure to the far right. So we were looking at 31.8% compared to the upper limit of estimates based on the provincial data. So these are both the two bars on the right are both for Alberta. So why is there this huge discrepancy? So we can look at our independent measurements and compare it to the provincial data set. And what we found is that the 2/3 of surface casing vent flows that we observed in the field are not in the Alberta Energy Regulator database. So I'll leave it at that. There's a lot of reasons for that. And I'm happy to discuss that more here. But I do want to leave on a more positive note and just say, yes, there are a lot of environmental risks, and there's lots of different things to consider as we try to monitor them. But there's also a lot of opportunities. And I want to thank all my students and thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions now or continue the discussions later.
Are there any clarifying questions on Mary's presentation?
Adam.
Oh, Adam?
Yes, thank you, Mary. That was great. So two clarifying questions. First, you had a slide that showed that 13% of upstream emissions were from abandoned wells. Was that before or after your 7x multiplier? And you're on mute.
Yeah, that's after.
Okay. And then my other question is on the slide you just showed, how are you defining well integrity failure?
So that is when there is a surface casing vent flow. So and we include so there's different classifications. So if you look at the Alberta Energy Surface Casing Vent Flow database, there's you can have non-detect and then or non-serious, considered serious, serious, or you can have flow rates. And so anything where there is something detected, including considered serious, was included.
Okay, thank you.
Further clarification, the surface casing vent is venting the annular space between the surface casing and the next casing string. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you had an open hydrocarbon bearing formation that was not a producing formation, you would potentially, and I don't, obviously it gets more complicated. I'm just kind of trying to envision that.
Yeah, so for sure, and we are doing additional geochemical study to kind of understand the signatures of the surface casing vent gas and the gas being emitted at the wellhead. And they are different sources, and we are seeing different emission rates at the wellhead and at the surface casing vents.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Any other quick clarifying questions, and we'll move on to our next speaker, and then we'll repick this back up in the discussion. So we will move on now. Thank you, Mary. We're going to move on to Mike Orr.
Let me get my presentation pulled up here. Share. Let me know when you can see that.
Yep, you're all good.
Okay, great. Thank you all for the opportunity to discuss what we've put in place related to this orphan well process. Took more of a boots on the ground, data-driven approach to basically bringing the unknown to the known, with a primary focus on either abandoned or / orphan wells related to trying to find who the owner is in order to establish a pragmatic approach to remediation of that wellbore. Executive summary, we basically have implemented a hybrid model that's very data-driven from well identification and classification, because again, prior to 1950, just a lot of holes that were poked in order to produce hydrocarbons without, necessarily permitting or data related to that. And living here in Oklahoma, primarily around Osage County, tremendous amount of well bores that are undocumented. We actually built an application to allow citizens to assist us with the process, and then overlaid that with data on any known wells. So again, producing formations are just that. So you can drive a pretty interesting hypothesis that based on sizing and also placement of those wells, where you have some significant gaps between well bores, more than likely there's probably one in between, just not anywhere on anybody's register to identify. And then having the ability to scale that on a large data set with our platform has also driven a very interesting set of data. And then the social and economic benefits of doing this type of approach, which is more boots on the ground, identifying well sets with surface magnetometers, the ability to engage the citizen population for anybody that's in the outdoors that might stumble across a piece of pipe sticking out of the ground, and having the ability to bounce that up against a rather large, a lat-long data set of known well bores. The opportunity, as you guys all know, that just bringing the unknown to the known provides a low-cost scalable platform to locate undocumented wells using citizen reporting we mentioned, historical data overlays, mobile technology, again, in the ability of using any cell phone now for identification purposes, ground magnetometry, and then triage technology, using that where data is weak. So from that standpoint, drones, et cetera, at least identifying a magnetic signature can at least get us close for surface type approaches. Technology advantage. So, much like Mary and others have talked about, we've got about 6.3 million wells in our data set. We've overlaid historical maps, permits, lease records, and surveys where known, and then even some unknown from courthouses, etc., from the general permitting that might still be in a box related to a particular section of land. Allowing a GIS overlay of that and then probability scoring to rank these locations. That data set continues to get better and better as we refine it, and then applying agents on top of that to help us from the standpoint of probability scoring, gaps in data, etc., can really target where we have key components missing. And then running all of this data from a measurement standpoint and identification standpoint on a blockchain ledger that's now immutable that we can transfer anywhere. Back when carbon credits looked like they were going to be something that could be viable longer term, this infrastructure was put in place to take advantage of that just from a measurement standpoint. Mentioned our Wellhound application. Again, it's a phone-based app to start the process. You get instant feedback of whether that's a known well or an unknown well with a little bit of history on it. And then we built an application that we call Proximity Planner to overlay all of this information on a map for route-based purposes, planning, etc. And then again, triaging a model for leveraging high-cost tools. With that, site quantification for us is very different, where we deploy on a wells looking for true VOCs with 24 readings a day of both composition and volume. So whether it's casing or tubing gas coming out of that, again, the only way that I know to quantify that is to actually put something over that's going to measure the volume and then tell me what the concentration is within that volume in order to apply the mathematical formulas to get you to kind of a true classification. The other thing that we've deployed is laser site-based identification. So I would say the majority of the wells that we come across do not admit enough to be picked up or measured by a volume-based approach. And again, that's dependent on where you're at and what active section of these particular wells. Heavy vertical population, you won't see much admittance. And then if you do, we kind of want to know what it is. We measured some wells up in the Panhandle, happen to have pretty decent helium concentration. Those are now have been repurposed for helium-based wells. We have ran slick line down a few wells, and it's came back with black stuff on the end of it. Those now have rods and tubing in them, and it just happened to be an abandoned well that somebody drilled, cased, and then ran out of money. And then it became the state's problem. So from that standpoint, there's an opportunity to repurpose a lot of these wells. And then our measurements kind of based on our production methodology that if it's good enough to pay royalty off of for a producing well, it ought to be good enough measurement capability and quantity that's real that can then be tagged to what is the volume that's actually coming out of that. And then, a full site survey on the equipment and ground conditions. A lot of nice wild goose chases based on, drone or fixed wing magnetometry that happens to be a piece of 4.5 casing sticking out of the ground that at one time was a corner post for a fence versus an actual drilled well, etc. So the false positives on that are something that we find the closer we get to the ground, the better the response. And then again, from that standpoint, also just an inventory. Is it admitting? Is it leaking? What is the actual condition of that actual wellbore? Most of the time they're open to the surface, etc. Another reality for us is we were actually demonstrating our methodology to a regulatory agency for carbon credits. And we had a 3-day spike related to a particular well where the MCF coming out of the top of it doubled. And wanted to know what the explanation was. And well, the producing wells across the street were shut in for some compressor repair. So it's going to go, physics is going to do what physics does. So we find a lengthy measurement process, and by that, long for us would be 30 days, short could be 14. But having 24 measurements a day, what's actually coming out and what type of gas, up to 14 of all the isomers and anything that ends with, pain, is something that we're pretty interested in. Now, in the business context of this, why did we look at this from the context of measuring these wells and seeing, one, if there was any admittance, and then two, is there still commercial viability of that? That clustering of wells for remediation then became very data driven. So instead of chasing 5 or 10 high emitters across 500 miles, why aren't we looking at the 100 wells that are within a mile of a high emitter and taking care of those while we were doing it? That was kind of the play for us in partnering with Halliburton, is let's create an industry within the industry. And then we can now plan more effectively of having a rig crew that's got guaranteed work for a long time versus a lot of windshield time that is just not very productive. And then that agentic-led structure that we talked about allows, daily input of data to come in and a reprioritization related to how we group these wells. That then gives us a high confidence in any remediation package. So as this is being bid out, either to our own company or other companies that are in the plugging business, a 50 well package sure seems a lot more economical than a 5 well package. And then primarily because, we don't treat these as deconstruction projects, which is what they really are. We treat them, more like a workover project. So if I'm competing with a workover rig, a well that needs the rods replaced in it, or got a tubing hole and needs to get back on producing hydrocarbons, I know which one the operator is going to pick. So can we get a grouping of wells that now makes sense economically for all involved and make it really kind of a priority for those that are doing the work? And then again, logistically keeping a crew as close to their home as they can is just a better output for all involved. Then full reporting compliance, again, based on that blockchain, taking that unknown to known, and then, eventually to retired or producing. So that's really the two paths. And the minute you drill a well, it's got a known end. So from that standpoint, how do we either keep it economically viable or get it retired in the most efficient way possible while being good stewards of the environment? And then to the point, can we extend the life of the well? We hear a lot about geothermal. We hear a lot about sequestering, all those type things. There's still quite a bit of oil and gas to be produced out of some of these wells. The time that they were shut in to where they're at now, can you re-stimulate those with fly ash as an example? There's a lot of techniques today that would still make these viable. Overall priority ranking, regardless of state or sovereign nation, big enough problem, it can have its own industry. And what we mean by that is, and again, I've got some operators in the room with us. Depending on what state line we cross, we have sometimes completely different rules to play by. So, can we get to some standards that are consistent across the industry where everybody's playing by the same rule book? Can we get the inspection of these wells driven to a completely different standard that is now consistent regardless of where we're working? I know we defer to the states. This is not just a state problem. This is a continent problem for anybody that's producing oil and gas. Why don't we have consistent processes related to that? And then financial model summary, just to give you an idea of how we look at this from an operator standpoint. I can do all the cool drone-based things, and we think there is viability in that technology as it continues to evolve. Or I can do the tried and true kind of boots on the ground, more people to work, basic magnetometry, the lat long is going to get you close. What they filed with the state may not be where they drilled it. So sometimes it's a nice Where's Waldo event for us when we're out there looking for a wellbore that's supposed to be there. We rely pretty heavily on the people that know the land. And then one of our biggest referrals, believe it or not, is from the existing natural gas companies that are residential. So they'll go out and sniff. Somebody smells gas, they'll go out and sniff for it and find out it's in the middle of their driveway or somewhere of that neighborhood. So again, from that standpoint, we're going to have a hard time replacing the boots on the ground with the techniques that we know. And then you just look at the pure economics of the cost per surveyed site, full detection and validation cost. Again, from that standpoint, very low key with a bounty system on a well application for those that want to go out and are hiking and run across a cased well. Take a picture of it. If we proximity identify that, we'll give you some information on it. Hey, here's the well name. It's when it was drilled, or this is an unknown well, and we start running it through a classification process. Scalability, again, from that standpoint, is how do we take multiple points of entry and get those in a consistent workflow to be validated against either known data or data that's yet to be found, probably sitting in a courthouse based on a permitting fee from 50 years ago or 100 years ago. And then the O&M, ongoing costs, et cetera, you just kind of look at that from the standpoint of, how do we take a pretty large problem, break it down into bite-sized chunks, but make it very economical with techniques we know today. As an example, any wellbore that we're looking at, we're going to run a line down it. We're going to actually know what the bottom is if we can get to it, or it doesn't have junk in it, or the tubing and casing integrity are still there enough for us to get a line to the bottom of it. Just again, standard practice with what we've been doing in the patch for a long time. Give you some collateral related to this. This is number of known wells just in the state of Texas. Again, a little bit of an eyesore, but that's over 1 million wells that are known. And if you apply any percentage factors related to, the numbers that Mary gave or others, it's probably way more than that. We were in a field and we had 3 known wells and found 13 that were unknown, not on any register anywhere, that were within 100 yards of the 3 that we knew. So again, from that standpoint, taking this unknown to known, the numbers I think are just, I think they're going to double, if not triple. And then just give you a little feedback on what it looks like. Again, this was one of those wells that I just mentioned. We take a variety of different pictures related to it. So we're actually, looking at what we've got here. And again, from that standpoint, I've got open casing and I've got open tubing right now. Now, luckily, this is not emitting anything. It's deader than a hammer. But from that standpoint, the general population wouldn't know that. They think that any hole in the ground that's got pipe in it, there's stuff coming out of it that's could potentially kill us, or degraded. They're not completely wrong on that, but what we like to do is take not even the unknown on admittance, but make that also very known as well. The other thing too is a lot of analysis related to the data points that we do have available. So all of these particular wells were in the Arbuckle formation. We knew exactly at what depth those should have been drilled at, and then we knew what water formation they were going in. So that plugging plan becomes very scientific and very data driven pretty quick. And instead of 3 wells, it turned into a 23 well plugging program that took care of an entire field for a couple of different ranchers. So again, the outcome is very specific to solving the problem overall instead of rubbing from high admittance well to the next high admittance well. And again, that's pretty much what I wanted to cover as it related to how we do some of that monitoring. There's been a lot of conversation around integrity of concrete and things of that nature. Some of the wells that we come across were plugged 50 years ago with concrete that was manufactured 50 years ago. Seismic shift, pipe degradation, if you couldn't get surface casing out of it, or you couldn't get the casing out of it, etc. All those type things factor into this. So the next generation of concrete should have some malleability to it. We should talk about different ways and different techniques to remediate the problem versus standards we've been using for the last 50 years. So one of the things we're pretty interested in is, can we use the integrity of the existing casing and tubing as a conduit for pumping concrete? And does it make more sense to get out of the individual plugs and segmentation of those plugs along the pipe stream, and maybe just go stem to stern with some kind of media or material if the formation will take it, in order to remediate that well below the ag line? And then, you know, there is a lot of conversation about monitoring of these type things. That is something where we think there is drone capability to geofence these and then have a drone park over these for 15, 20, 30 minutes with surface measurement where that well's actually been plugged, methane sniffing if the wind conditions will allow, and then move to the next one. That would be a very good use of that type technology in order to make sure that you still have integrity in your plug. The other thing too is, remember what I said up front, is these should be treated as deconstruction projects. So why do I have all the environmental studies on something that's already there? Why do I have to go get all the permitting required for, you know, we looked at some wells in California, having an acoustic engineer on staff. Those are the type things where you just kind of look at this and you go, okay, it's a project of deconstruction, not construction. So why don't we treat it as such as it relates to fast tracking some of those type items? The other thing too is, if you make this an industry within the industry and you have certain standards related to it, then it's not just a project that I fit in between my workovers. It's now becomes something that I'm heavily focused on. You'll get the innovation, you'll get the ideas, we'll get the relaxing of some of the regulation related to things that just don't make sense today in 2025 that did in 1975. So again, we're pretty bullish on where this is going to go over the next 10, 15, 20 years, and data will continue to play a massive point of this, as well as new techniques that you know, why not run a scope down these, see what you got, etc. So I know what I'm getting into before I actually started. And then concrete integrity, using things that like sensors. Should we embed a sensor in the concrete that allows us to check for admittance or fractures? Also, new technologies like biosqueeze coming over the top of this concrete, foaming of concrete to create helical structures, etc. So from that standpoint, we think if we would drive this as an industry within the industry, then you'll see the innovation and the investment, and make this a priority that has been long ignored for a long time, that's just now come to light. But like anything else, we throw a bunch of money at things that sometimes don't involve just fixing the problem. And that's not a slight, that's just the reality of just human nature in general. So from that standpoint, can we get a focus on this as it relates to industry standards, relaxation of some of the things that are required, treating it as a deconstruction project, and then letting the industry do what the industry's done for the last 100 years, innovate and find a faster, cheaper, better way to get things done. And I'll probably stop there.
Thanks, Mike. Let's give Mike a chance for a couple clarifying questions too, if there are, and then we'll, migrate into the broader discussion. Is there Mike specific questions on his? Adam?
Thank you, Mike. You had a slide up a few minutes ago where you showed a cost comparison between doing magnetometry and other methods for finding undocumented orphan wells. And I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about what Wellhound plus sensor stack means, and also what bounty you're paying.
And so from that standpoint, the Wellhound's just the citizen app where they'll go identify it. And then, from that standpoint, we're grouping that with other wells. So before we send a crew out there to do all the things that we know, I mean, it's pretty interesting with our field guy. I think we have a chapter in there called How Not to Get Shot, from that standpoint. And then in this time of the year, making sure you got wasp spray, et cetera. But to answer the question more direct, it's around identification of that well and then using laser LiDAR-based approach to see if it is emitting anything. If it is, then we go to the heavier package of actually getting quantified what is coming out of that well from that standpoint. The other piece of it too, if it's carrying enough pressure, getting that bled off to actually see what normal is, as well as if it continues that pressure, then more than likely it's got some commercial viability either through a miner or getting it in line for all the power generation that's now popping up everywhere. So from that standpoint, our approach is to let citizens help us identify those where we can't through data. And then a quick classification. Is it emitting anything? Is it known? Where is it located? Do we have a digitized source of that? Or is it going to require somebody showing up at the courthouse and pulling records on that? And then from that standpoint, getting it sent so now it can be qualified.
Thank you. And did you say that you were providing a bounty to citizens who find new wells?
Yeah, the idea it's usually set by either the community, the state, the sovereign nation, et cetera, as to what budget they have available for those type things. But that is that's a heavy component of this is, to actually pay people to go do something. And if they stumble across something, hey, here's $50 to help us take the unknown to the known.
Thank you.
David?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, great presentation. I appreciate it. Clarifying question, is it only Oklahoma based, or I heard you say 6 million wells. So what is it drawing from? Is it all the entire US? Anyone upon a well?
We've got about, I think we're up to 51 data sources that we're pulling in on a regular basis. Some of those paid, a lot of those, from the state side, et cetera. So we've got agents that crawl those on a pretty regular basis based on when they normally report. Permitting is another great way to know where there's activity at, et cetera. So again, that's just a constant data flow into our database that we support.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, we'll go to Ilis and then Mary.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So I think you did mention when or a clarifying question or answer when Adam had asked you a question, but you said the app is Wellhound.
Yes.
Is that available to anyone?
We have not done that yet, but that's where we're headed with it for sure. Because again, the workflow is probably the most important thing off of it, Ellis, more than anything else, is having a data source that will actually get it qualified. And then how do we actually go find out who's technically responsible for it?
And you is that your development?
It is, yes.
Hey, Mary?
Also on this slide, you mentioned the sensor, and I think you mentioned the methane sensor, but you didn't mention if you could mention what the detection limits of the methane sensor is.
Yeah, we go down to 5 ppm as it relates to almost all these gases. 14 gas sensor that was developed by Crocon.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask one. We had a question come in, and it was kind of one that was on my mind. So I'm gonna ask it, and then we'll transition to the full discussion with all the speakers. So somebody asked about what measures in place to ensure public safety when individuals or contractors are locating and inspecting these wells, and I would add to that most of these wells are on private property, so it would seem to be there's a potential trespass liability kind of issue too, especially if you're putting a bounty on those. So just curious about some of those issues, maybe briefly, and then we'll transition into the discussion.
Yeah, so our process involves, once there's been a well identified, and most of the time it's the landowner or somebody that's out, with permission to do it. We, regardless, even if it's the landowner that's reporting the potential unknown well, we still have a process where they are communicated to that, hey, we're planning on being on site tomorrow, 8 to 10. Anything special that we need to know, any gates, etc., all those type things. So there's engagement before we just show up on somebody's property. Also in the application, there's a very clear statement that, you should have permission before you cross anybody's boundaries, etc., from that standpoint. So we've limited that. If you think about that, and again, I think wish we were smart enough to be the ones that invented it, that all the geocaching type games that are out there, the gamification related to that, all we did was borrow that legal language.
Okay, let's transition, and we'll have a discussion with the entire panel in this monitoring session. And first, just a reminder, and Noel posted for those that aren't members of the committee, you can use the Q&A function. We will do our best to get to those, but we want to kind of have the committee kind of weigh in first. So, and I don't know who had their hand up, Noah, but I will kind of go around. Nathan, we'll let you go first, and maybe we'll go Nathan, and then we'll jump across the table and back.
Well, I don't want to hog this up for the whole time because I've got a whole bunch of them. But I'll start with a question probably mainly for Mary, but Mike, you may have a comment here. I was just doing the math on 34 kilograms per hour, and that sounds like about 40 MCF a day. That sound right for the maximum surface casing flow that you got? And if it is, that sounds really tiny compared to the world of venting, flaring, and fugitives from existing wells. So it seemed, if I'm right, they're looking at that distribution and that the total emissions from unconventional, from orphaned and abandoned wells, even probably including a lot of unidentified ones, are very small compared with producing operations.
So in terms of the units, I'd have to look at it again. It's getting late for me here, but I do have those calculations. But in general, you're right in that flaring and venting, the emissions are much higher. But actually, but there is also the whole like there are more wells than are abandoned and orphan wells than there are flares. I'd have to I do have numbers on that at one point, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. And also, so that's where the 13% that I mentioned. So in Canada, we're looking at, so the fugitive oil and gas methane emissions from in Canada, that includes flaring and venting and, everything, tanks, compressors, etc. And that's, so including all of that, we're looking at the current estimated version of fugitive oil and gas methane emissions. So it's 13% are for non-producing wells. That's the new updated emission estimate. So it's not, 50%, but it's still 13% is.
It seems even high to me for US, because looking at the West Texas zillions of, I mean, the flaring venting in North Dakota and West Texas, really quite large numbers still. The other one kind of goes for you as well. It was a little bit more of a clarification, and then I'll let other people take a turn. I don't get why solar and wind have anything to do with it. The people that own the surface, and presumably they could, subject to permits, put solar and wind anywhere they wanted them, whether there was an orphan well or not. And the decision to abandon the orphan well seems independent of whether or not you were going to build a barn or put a solar panel up. So I guess I don't understand what that point was.
So there's two things. So in some places, there's actually a company in Alberta that's, converting abandoned well sites for solar energy production. And so that provides like a revenue stream to actually maintain the surface site. And in some places, so the site reclamation requirements, vary depending on where you are. But in some places, they require you to remediate and revegetate the land.
Right.
So the level of remediation and revegetation is different depending on how you're going to use that land and the associated costs. So, if it was a forested land, then you have to use some tree mix and you require some kind of remediation. So there's the surface reclamation costs, and how you address that could change depending on what you do with the surface. So that's where the one of the links are. But of course, that depends on where you are.
But the landowner still has those rights as.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll answer your first question a little bit different. So if it's got 40 MCF coming out of the casing, it's going to have to be trapped gas that they can't get into a mainstream line, etc. Or doesn't have enough aggregation. Because again, right now we're seeing even a huge uptick in H2S scrubbers in the Permian side because of I think the required natural gas is going to be for power generation. So any trapped gas that they can find that has any kind of volume to it that they can aggregate into lead line or midstream pipeline, we're seeing a lot of that type of activity today from that standpoint. So 40 on the backside casing pressure, I'd be surprised if somebody hadn't commercialized that here, definitely here in the States.
Well, that was the largest one,
right?
They found.
Yep. The 40 MCF is $80 a day.
So let's move on, and we'll come back if you bring up some other ones. So Walter, I'm going to come across the table. I know it's probably out of sequence, but I'm going to, and then we'll come back to you, David.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have several questions for Jade. And so Jade, first of all, thank you for your presentation. That was very informative. I'd like to talk about, again, kind of following up on what Nathan just referred to, the repurposing for either wind or solar or renewables. Was there any effort to try and distinguish the subset of sites for wind, for example, where putting a wind turbine is just impractical? It's in a neighborhood, it's next to a schoolyard, or there's just no practical way that one could install a wind turbine. Wouldn't that somehow alter the total wind capacity that you guys, and I think you actually showed a slide where you had the total wind capacity for, assuming that there would be wind turbines established at all of these orphaned and abandoned well sites. I was wondering if you could speak to that. I know that's a heavy lift, but I still ask because it could still impact the total amount of wind capacity relative to, for example, the entire installed wind capacity across either the US or Canada.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so we didn't consider those factors other than the ones that were already on the map. But those are excellent questions if we're looking to develop any individual projects at individual wells. And this also relates to your question that there is much more work to be done in that space, not only for wind, but also solar and geothermal, and trying to assess all these different factors. And so when we were putting this data set and doing this analysis, we wanted to show first off the utility of the data set and showing the potential, but there is still more work to be done. And it is possible to do the assessment. For example, there's some government available data set that you can look at, for example, and see roads and seeing their connection to other infrastructure. But in our analysis, we mostly looked at wind speed and saw if it was within a range that would be feasible. But there are other factors included in those renewable energy maps. But yeah, I hope that answered the question.
It does, thank you. And so a similar question around solar. Obviously, as one moves farther north, away from direct sunlight, you're going to have less efficacy on solar. So I was wondering if you guys had either considered that or will perhaps do that in the future. Because if you're in the desert Southwest, you're going to be proximal to a whole lot more solar than you will be, for example, in northern Alberta, for example. So have you guys looked at that as well?
No, we didn't. But as Mary mentioned, there is a company in Canada, actually in Alberta, that is doing this type of work. So they're repurposing abandoned and orphan well sites and installing solar panels. So they successfully did one pilot project, I think maybe more. I'd have to check. But it is being done, and it's the first pilot project that we know of. And so it is feasible to do this kind of thing.
Okay, great, thanks. And one last question, and this is probably more of a clarifying question. You showed a slide that referred to well types where it was known, and then you also had within that same slide, or the same bar chart rather, a subset that was termed unavailable. And I'm trying to wrap my head around what that distinction actually means. Could you maybe clarify that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's also something we were considering how to best explain. So what we meant by unavailable was when the data was not there. So there was a blank, and it didn't say whether it produced oil or gas or anything else. But what we mean by unknown is that the data was there. There was it was reported, but the well type said that it was unknown. And what we found interesting was this large proportion of well that even though there was some well type available, about half of it was reported as unknown. So we wanted to show that difference between there being no data at all, so available, or the data being there, but it was actually reported as being unknown. So that's the difference.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. My name's David Barron. No, thanks for everyone for the presentations. They were very enlightening. My questions would be for Jade and Mary. I guess the first one for Mary. All the data, all the great, work that's being done on the pre-plugging monitoring. Is that correct? All the monitoring data you have is pre-plugging, correct? Not post?
No, a lot of them are also for post-plugging. So that's the plugging status is a criteria that we look at, and it's generally pretty consistent that plugged wells emit a lot less than unplugged wells. But among plugged wells, there's actually some data that I didn't show. We did some analysis in British Columbia where there's a lot of issues with induced seismicity. So they have a really dense network of seismometers. And interestingly, at plugged wells, we saw higher methane emissions if that plugged well was located near lots of earthquakes. These are, so we're looking at two different factors, not just the magnitude of the seismic activity, but the frequency. And they're not necessarily 5.0 or anything you could really feel, but they're still like 2, 3, but you see them often enough and they may have an impact.
No, okay. So that's great insight for me. I think that would be what I would like to see that relationship, that pre and post for whatever available data. We keep saying we don't have a lot of data and we don't, or it's limited, but I think that's the best apples to apples comparison to prove or have some evidence based on is the way we're plugging currently today sufficient enough, or does there need to be changes or not? At least there'd be some, because I mean, it's easy enough. You built the case on, well, all these orphan wells that are just sitting there idle are leaking methane. And then, so that's why we're putting $4 billion to plug them. But what about after the fact to answer the question, the charge of, is it going to last for decades or more and things like that? So if we could use those, true apples to apples comparisons, and like I said, if it shows issues that we all kind of already know, if there's different changes in the subsurface seismicity or, CCS injection or water injection, things like that, this also proves the point, not only is this is occurring, but it's also having a negative impact on a well that was previously plugged and abandoned. So, how do we, reinforce plugging designs going forward in those certain, areas that may be, more prone to issues. So that's what I'd like to, I didn't know if that was apparent in the presentations, but maybe, after the fact, we can get some more data on that for that chapter. And then secondly, on Jade's presentation and just all the data that's collected or compiled. Oh, and I know this board or this committee is focused on oil and gas, but are we missing all the associated wells like saltwater disposal wells or any water injection wells that are drilled in the same reservoir? And are they outside of these counts? And are we underestimating or overestimating too? So I wasn't certain on that.
Well, it depends on how the state or province or territory defined it, but we did include all wells that were related to oil and gas production. So if we looked at all the definitions and we also contacted the agency if we had any question, but when they were related to oil and gas, we included them. But when they weren't, we removed them because sometimes it can be included in the database, but they're not really related. So it's a case by case. You need to look at the definitions or how the state, province, or territory defined them.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Like Louisiana, for example, it's two different agencies or departments, injection and mining versus hydrocarbon production and things like that. So just didn't know if that was in the deeper dive. So I appreciate it.
There's a big spreadsheet for every state. And we went over it with IOGCC and we went over it with some states where it was definitely not clear with here's the state, here's all these terms that we can, categorize as this, all these terms that we can categorize as that. I just wanted to mention one thing. The data that we don't have any pre and post at the same wells.
Okay.
So we have a bunch of wells where we did measurements at wells that were unplugged and a bunch of wells at that were plugged. And I do want to mention one other thing because I saw a lot of things in hydrogen sulfide, and we did measure hydrogen sulfide in Ontario. Most of those are probably microbial sulfate reduction. So methane leaking into groundwater, sulfate-rich groundwater, and producing hydrogen sulfide. There are other processes, but that's probably the dominant process. For a lot of plugged wells, so some of the higher ones, I have to double check, were at plugged wells, H2S. So there's, what you're seeing is a lot of the methane is just being transformed to something else. And so so maybe it's not just methane we should be looking for. We should maybe want to look for other gases.
I guess just one on that note, is there any future work planned to get, the same wells, we get a baseline of emissions and then post plugging, or is that just too hard to come by? Or is there any work in the future to do that?
Yeah, I mean, we tried to do that a bunch of times, but it's something we're continually trying to do.
Yeah.
We have measured. Okay, well, that's not true. There is some work where we have looked pre and post. but that's not yet published. But getting that temporal variability is a big question mark. I mean, one of the reasons I didn't, that we might see such a big difference, where 2/3 of what we saw for surface casing vent flows were not in the provincial database, may just be that temporal variability.
Okay.
Let's go to Adam and then back to Nathan.
Thanks. So I have one for each of you. So for Jade, have you thought about energy storage in addition to solar and wind?
Yeah, there is potential to do some energy storage. I know of some studies that have, let's say, used the site for some, solar or wind production, and then are using the well for some energy storage. But then again, all the cases that I know of are still, there hasn't been any pilot projects. They're still mostly theoretical and limited to lab experiments, sorry. And so there is potential to do it. And as I mentioned, you can even combine solar, wind, or geothermal, or any type of energy storage on one site. But then again, no pilot projects that I know of.
Okay, thank you. For Mary, one of your slides was talking about proximity of documented orphan wells to drinking water wells, and you looked at wells within 1 kilometer. Can you speak to this kilometer and how we should be thinking about risk and radii, and under what circumstances you would think smaller or larger radii for risk?
Well, it would depend on the geology or the hydrogeology. So, in some places we should probably look at smaller radiuses, and in other places we may want to look at bigger radiuses. But it's also more complicated. It depends on the contaminant. Is it something that is more mobile, or stays in a separate phase, or dissolves and moves with groundwater? And there's a lot of different factors. Is it a gas? Is it we have to also think about the contaminant of concern. So there's no easy answer, but there's definitely contaminants can travel several kilometers. And if you have something, like a NAPL, or like some kind of contaminant that can be harmful at very low concentrations, then you probably want to look at a bigger radius. Whereas, so there are a lot of different considerations, but it could be several kilometers or 100 meters, hundreds of meters.
A can of worms. And then for Mike, you said towards the end that there were plugging requirements from the 1970s, say, that are no longer apt or necessary now in 2025. And I wonder if you could provide examples or a list.
It definitely can give you a list of the differences that we see, but as an example, sometimes we'll be on location. We've got to wait for somebody to actually show up and certify that we've got a good plug. And depending on what day they're having, they can either make it really easy on us or really hard on us. A data-driven approach, and I've heard bond logs and things of that nature, then the speed at which we could get that done would be much faster. Those are the type regulations that we're talking about, and they vary from state to state to state. You can turn a $40,000 job into a $400,000 job if we're fishing tubing that we may never get back, etc. But then some common sense has got to come in there that says, hey, we'll never get this out. Let's pull up, plug above it, etc. And then run whatever plugs we need to that are required. Those are the type things where if you just look at applying the logic that's been in place for a long time, have the techniques changed enough for us to accelerate the process and still do a job that 100 years from now stand the test of time for my grandchildren.
Thank you.
Okay. Art?
Oh, go ahead, Bart.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had yours down there.
Yeah, well, I put it down after you said my name, but
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Nathan, then you're up. Yeah.
all right. Well, I don't want to sound like a pessimist on the next topic, but I have serious reservations about the scope and scale of the ability to reuse orphaned and idled wells. The bulk of the well bore conditions we may not know them all. A lot of them are older wells where there may have already been corrosion and other issues. A lot of them don't have the diameters needed for geothermal, for example, where you need high rates in order to get, well, very high rates for electric power, and even for, heating, not so much. If you look at the Wells of Opportunity DOE program, the bulk of that money is it's only $8 million, and the bulk of it is going to things that really aren't orphaned wells. There's a couple of projects that possibly could be used there, and they're not really going that well. CO2 storage makes me optimistic about geothermal because current EPA requirements are pretty intense about the kind of well bores. And, we hardly do any CO2 storage projects in the US in abandoned, are depleting fields now because of the requirements of what needs to be done to all the wells that penetrate that formation. So unless there's just a dramatic change in EPA's attitude about how, about that, and their attitude is driven by protection groundwater. Then the next one down, energy storage, whether it's compressed air or hydrogen, and probably both of those might be in conjunction with excess capacity from solar and wind, or however you would do it. But to get that energy and energy storage, you really want high integrity well bores, and you probably want high rates. And in the case of hydrogen, you probably want metallurgy concerns are very serious. Natural gas storage, A, requires the reservoir, and B, we really can't afford any leaks there. The monitoring is relatively straightforward use of orphaned or idle wells, but what are you monitoring? So if you had an existing water flood, or you had some CO2 storage project going on and you had a well, I think that's more attractive. But I guess I would like to see where someone else is more enthusiastic about this repurposing than I am. And well, everybody's probably more enthusiastic than I am. But the justification and your thoughts about where the best opportunities are that we ought to pursue.
So I don't know if Jay, do you want to jump in, but I could start. Definitely, I think for most wells, I don't think it's going to work. We have lots of well integrity issues. Now the question is not if this is going to be a huge opportunity, but could this be an opportunity? So I'm talking about geothermal and subsurface energy use. I mean, and one thing I'm not considering here is if you plug a well, right? That's definitely beneficial for whatever uses you have of subsurface formations connected to that plugged well, right? So I think we can all agree if you plug a well that's drilled to a certain formation, that formation can be better used for storage. So I think we're really talking about repurposing the well itself rather than the reservoir. So yeah, I think geothermal, you need very high well integrity. There's different ways to do it. I think the question is also about doing this kind of, there's two different questions. One is whether we should, is this something that's commercially viable, or, should we do this kind of study to kind of think about potential for exploring this and coming up with new innovative solutions? I think those are two different things. So I think a database study like this to kind of provide information at the national scale level could still be useful, even if only a handful of projects ever get developed. I don't know if that answers your question, but I'll let others jump in if they want to add.
Can I intervene?
Yeah.
Sure, I'm already talking. So, so everything you say is true. Nevertheless, a few other factors to consider. In addition to the million plus orphan wells we already have, eventually we're going to need to decommission the million active wells in the US. Some of those are going to be in better shape. And so this is really, there's a prospective avenue as well. It may be that all the old wells have too poor integrity to deal with, but wells that need to be retired in the next 5 to 10 years, which we know more about, there may be a little bit more promise. Also, gravity storage, as opposed to like fluid storage, requires less in the way of perfect wellbore integrity. And so that's another potential avenue too. And then as Mary says, even if it's 1% of wells, of existing wells can be used for something. Is it worth studying that if it's 1% or not?
You're talking to a professor. There is nothing I don't think is worth studying. But I guess the enthusiasm level that some have for this needs to be, it needs to be clear, I think, to the reader that these are not imminent solutions for the big problem we have of orphaned and idle wells. That the solution for that is plugging them. And and then there are applications. In fact, people are working assiduously. There are loads of low rate deep wells in the Wilcox that are hot, and in West Texas and other places, and people haven't plugged those wells yet. And so people are seriously looking at reusing those that are in pretty good shape. But surprisingly, some of these 20-year-old gas wells are in a lot worse shape than we thought they were. And so people are now, I'm privy to some of those, and we're probably looking at redrilling when we need serious geothermal wells, because we really need diameter.
Yeah.
I would echo that anything that is geo or sequestering or anything of that nature, based on drilling techniques today, you're almost better off drilling what you know with latest casing, etc., than trying to go into something that's completely unknown from that standpoint. So we're not seeing a lot of repurposing of well bores for any new techniques. They're drilling new holes.
Okay. Art?
Yeah, thank you, Jim. I do have a question for Mary Kang. Disclaimer, I am from the Netherlands, but you mentioned the well in the Netherlands, which was plugged, cut below surface level, and then no methane measurement at surface. When you dug a hole, there was a measurement possible. Can you talk if there has been done any geochemical analysis, if that was thermogenic or biogenic methane, which you found in the whole dugout?
Yeah, first I want to say that that's actually not my work, that's published work. I don't remember if they did geochemical work, but I'm pretty sure it was they did attribute the emissions to the well. But I don't remember if they did geochemical study. But that's published paper, so anyone could access it, and all the information should be there.
Yeah, that would be good to know, because part of the area is quite swampy and a floodplain, so there is considerable amount of biogenic gas developed, and that's why in some areas it's really difficult to understand, have you properly plugged the well, or is it something else generating the hydrocarbon or the methane? So I'll need to look that up. I might need a reference from you. Thank you.
Okay, we've one question online. I have one kind of. I'm sorry. We're gonna. I'm gonna go to Jim before I go to the online here. Go ahead.
Real quick for Bart, I've got the paper, and it is thermogenic and I can provide you the paper when we're finished.
Thank you, Jim. Let me go this one. We had one online question, and then I'll do a little wrap up because we're close to end of time here. And because I want to highlight something based on a comment, and not that we're going to debate it, but we're going to put it on the we will put it on our parking lot for a future committee to make sure we're aligned. So this is one online. On the issue of seismicity that you mentioned was tracked in British Columbia, was that natural seismicity, induced seismicity, and do you know the cause, if it was induced, what the cause was?
Yeah, so looking at attributing the cause of the seismic activity was not really work that my collaborators were doing, but in that region, so most of it is related to hydraulic fracturing induced seismicity in that area.
Okay, thank you. What I was going to before we kind of close it, and I just want we fully appreciate, and I think Jade, you laid out interesting definitions, and we are wrestling with the whole issue. We've worked with the IOGCC and other on definitions. We do have a draft. We do have some documents where we've tried to look at how the committee will look at it, and I share this in part for the committee because we maybe haven't completely closed, but we've had that out there, and so the presumption was that everybody's kind of bought into at least the concept, and that is that the physical definition of wells is different from legal definitions, and fundamentally what that means is an orphan well becomes an orphan well when the jurisdictional agency says that's an orphan well. So therefore, if it's an undocumented well, it probably hasn't gone through that process. And I turn to Tom because he's our regulator on the panel. So we need to be a bit cautious when we have these conversations to try to, frame our discussion within the definitions that we as a committee have tentatively kind of centered on, because I think it's helpful as we move that forward. So make sure we're talking apples to apples. That's my commentary, not related to the speaker, but the committee and stuff. So with that, I think we're kind of close enough to closing that we'll close very much. Thank you to our panel. Really great discussion. This is an issue with a lot of interest and challenge on how we capture it. And so with that, again, thanks again for Jade and Mary and Mike, much appreciated. And we'll kind of close this panel, and we come now to lunch. And Noelle, I'm going to turn it back over to you on how we're doing lunch.
Yeah, so we'll break for lunch. Thank you to the speakers. If any of you would like to stick around or tune back in later today for some of the later sessions as you're available, you're more than welcome to pop in and out as you please. It'd be great to have you. And yeah, for the people in the room, we're going to break for lunch, which is just at the back of the room. And thank you all. We'll see you back at 1 p.m. Eastern for the next session. Thanks all. All right, welcome back everybody. I'm going to turn it over to our other co-chair, Missy Feely, to moderate this next session. So I'll kick it over to you, Missy.
Welcome back, everybody. This first thing this afternoon, we're going to look at gather some more state perspectives and P&A practices, and we have a good list of participants, and I want to thank everybody ahead of time for participating, and please ask lots of really good questions, because that's what we're here for, is to ask questions. As we said earlier, we'll probably let the committee kind of ask their questions first, since this is an information gathering, but welcome, and we look forward to a good discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Danny Sorrell. The Texas Railroad Commission, you want to identify somebody, Danny?
Yeah, we have David Lindley, who is our field operations coordinator online. We have Travis Bear, which is a director, one of our 3 directors in the field. We're dividing into 3 different regions, and he's one of the regional directors. We have Keith May, who's over our IIJA funds, the plugging with the IIJA funds, and then we have Ted Wooten, who is my chief engineer here in Texas. Myself, I'm the executive deputy director for the Railroad Commission and the director of oil and gas. My duties here are start with oil and gas, of course, with the plugging of wells. Also, I have the pipeline safety, the alternate fuels, which is propane and everything, and then to top it off, the mining, which there is coal mining, also over uranium mining in the state of Texas. But I think what we had planned, we don't have a presentation per se, but you have the group here from Texas that can probably answer just about any question you have. And we got a group together. We have 2 of the pluggers that are online. I think let's see.
I think they're here in the room, Danny. We
Oh,
have
that's
Dennis.
right. That's right. They flew up there. That's right. Okay. I'm sorry. But
No worries.
No, we're open for questions and anything you got. I don't think it's necessary for after that introduction to go around to everybody, unless you just want to know exactly what they do. That's up to y'all.
We can also, why don't we then turn it to the room and introduce Davis and Dennis Holman? If you all want to.
Is it me? Is it me?
All right, sorry about that.
Okay, that was awesome.
I was waiting for Pink Floyd to walk out.
Yeah. And I'm Dennis Holman, Holman Well Service. I guess we're going to talk a little bit about P&A. I've been plugging wells since 1987. I have a wide range of wells that I've plugged from Western Oklahoma to Kansas, Texas Panhandle, and Midland, Odessa, some in New Mexico. I plugged a large range of wells from, around 20,000 foot in Western Oklahoma, to wells that were in the Amarillo. We have a bomb decommissioning plant or a arms decommissioning plant, Pantex, and I plugged some of their contaminated water wells that were at 90 foot. They had purged aquifers in there, and I sealed those off. So I've done a lot of different wells, pulled a lot of casing strings, done a lot of cementing. So if you got any questions, you can fire them off.
Yeah, anybody want to kick us off? Davis?
I'll just introduce myself, Davis Lunsford. I go by Davis. William is listed there. That's my first name, but Davis Lunsford. Run Hay Creek, similar to Dennis. We're a well plugging company. Dennis has been doing it a little bit longer than I've been alive, so I'll have to defer to his experience there. But have gained some experience, plugging wells throughout Texas, both for the Railroad Commission and for operators. And we're all limited by our own perspective, but we all benefit from our own perspective. And so hopefully Dennis and I have a unique perspective that, we can approach this problem of how to get wells plugged through the perspective of kind of the front lines. So happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Davis.
I'll just note, I've gone ahead and shared some prompting questions on the screen. This is what we've used to kick off conversations with other state regulators that we've spoken to. And I'll say that I think, and I'll let the committee speak for yourselves, but I think the answer to the first two questions, or the first question, tracking total number of plugged and abandoned wells, orphaned wells, is, I think, kind of a tenuous number. So, and I think that's proved to be a fruitful point of conversation itself. So if we want to talk from multiple perspectives, from the Texas Railroad Commission perspective and P&A contractors about tracking or any regulations around that, that's how we could potentially kick off this discussion. Or if committee members have additional questions in mind, that'd be great. But any of these areas are topics that we've wanted to tackle.
Why don't we first kick it off to anybody on the committee or in the room have questions at this point before we get going? Anybody online? I don't see the online.
We've got Tom with a question or
Tom,
comment.
there you go.
And
Jim. Tom, then Jim.
thanks, Missy. This is Tom Kropatch, and maybe, I don't know what Mike Hickey is planning from Colorado, but since we're kind of opening this up for just kind of an open discussion, maybe we should also have Mike introduce himself and participate in part of this discussion, just so we don't have to repeat questions. And then if he does
Yes.
have a presentation, he could also
Yeah,
provide that
absolutely.
as we go
Yep.
down the line. But
There he is. Hi, Mike.
Here I am. I am Mike Hickey. I'm the Orphan Well Program Supervisor for the east half of Colorado. I started out drilling as a roughneck back in the 70s. I've been at this for 47 years and been plugging wells with first COGCC, now it's called ECMC. I also do not have a presentation. I was not counting on you bunch of slackers to ask me questions, so I do have some stuff I can show you if you'd like to see some of the specifics of Colorado. I ash canned my presentation that I was going to do as I was taking notes from the morning session. There's a lot of stuff I could address from that.
That'd be great, Mike. Yeah, we
Okay.
can kick it off that way.
Why don't I just start that way? And let me just
I'll
pull up.
stop sharing.
Yeah, if I could share my screen. Just so you know where we're talking about here. Can you see that map?
Yes.
Okay. This is our COGCC map of the state of Colorado. And the yellow dots are cities. The wells don't light up until you zoom in a little bit. I am responsible for the Orphan Well program on the east side of the Continental Divide. That's the Rocky Mountain spine. And the Denver metro area is here. A big part of what I do has to do with residential infiltration. And now my map went blank, didn't it? See if we can load this again. The red dots are the wells, and those are all the wells we have record of. And you can see with this being the city and county of Denver, that we have, that's the city as it is now. So a big part of what we do is, in addition to the wind and solar infiltration that you guys are talking about, sharing land with the orphan wells, we also have land developers coming out here. The 47 years I was talking about before, I started 47 years ago, but about 25 of those years I spent doing land development. So I built some of these subdivisions around here, and some of those subdivisions were built around wells that I had drilled as a kid. And now, as the orphan well guy, I am plugging the wells in the subdivisions I built around the wells that I drilled as a kid. And so I have come full circle on some of them. The big issues that we have with the sharing space like that, one of the questions that comes up all the time is how close can they be? And the Oil and Gas, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, the commission, doesn't have any jurisdiction on where you can build a house. If you want to drill a new well, we have all kinds of rules about how close you can be. But if you find an orphan well, it is up to the local jurisdiction to tell you whether or not you can build a house there. Those people really don't know that much about oil and gas. So what I tell them, that the big issues for me on sharing property like that is access. So I like to have a 250-foot radius. I always tell them I can work with an awful lot less than that. But with all the trucks and heavy equipment and things that are moving around these locations, a lot of times, if you squeeze it down, it just gets more dangerous. It slows things down. People get hit, get hurt. So 250-foot radius is a really nice number for me. If you're going to build a neighborhood, make sure you're not putting anything in a private lot. Make sure there's access to it, so that you have road access and things in case we ever have to come back and do anything to it again. When a lot of these wells were drilled back when I was drilling them, nobody ever expected to see a plugged well again. You know, we'll plug it, we'll go away, nobody will ever be back. Now with the horizontal development and the orphan well attention and everything else, we're finding that that's changed a lot. You guys also talked about re-energizing some of these formations and reapplying for using some of these orphan wells. I personally and our group discourages reuse of orphan wells every chance we get. Our process for orphaning a well has become fairly robust because an orphan well represents a fairly significant monetary commitment by the state. A well doesn't get added to our list without commission action. So we have to go before the board before a well can be committed to the orphan well program. That usually comes after a bankruptcy court, and all the lien holders want any piece of equipment or any wells that have positive net present value have already been peeled off before we ever see them. The wells we get have giant spills most of the time. Hey, in fact, we did a project with one of our industry partners where they wanted to plug some wells as a gesture, and they got on the first site and found a little stain on the ground and said, and they moved off before they even called me. They said, "We found a stain on the ground. We're not working here." And I told them, if you want to plug orphan wells, I don't have any wells that don't have this level of impacted soil. So I have had to learn, as a downhole guy, I've had to learn an awful lot about impacted soils and disposal profiles and manifests and CDOT and a lot of the T-norm and other things regarding those things. When we get these things, one of the ones that we've gotten recently was an operator that was operating a gas field out near the Kansas state line. He was the major operator, and as the financial assurance requirements went up and up, he couldn't afford to operate anymore. So he went to the commission and gave us all of his wells. As he was doing that, he removed, like I said, anything that had any value, including all the tubing strings. Now, in the wellheads, the wellhead bowl has a set of teeth in it that hold the tubing in place so it doesn't fall down the hole. Those teeth face upwards and don't hold the tubing from going up, it holds it from going down. And when this operator started facing bankruptcy, he went into all of his wells, pulled all the tubing and sold it. Went back in with a single stick of tubing with a valve in the top so that the wellhead would seal up again. And that's what we got. And the net result was that as that abandoned formation started recharging, Can you guys see that?
Yes.
These single sticks of tubing started pressuring up and they started growing. And there were places where some of these things developed into, they were so high that the farmers' irrigators came around the corner and did that. And you can imagine what that did to the irrigator. You can see the puddle that formed there. So he spilled a lot of water. They also did that. When they bent over, things got knocked loose. And so we had leaks that came up. And we had to go to an emergency procurement to plug as many of these wells as we could. So we had an alpha and a beta project. We are currently waiting on appropriation for Charlie, and we've been out there plugging these wells as fast as we can. So the other things I saw you guys talking about was I really, really want to get a copy of your brochure on how not to get shot. I don't know who had that, but I want one. We put a lot of effort into contacting landowners, both the owner of the surface where the wells are, as well as the owners of the surface in the adjacent area that we have to cross, because as you know, getting workover equipment in and out is a pain in the neck. And before I get too far, let me just say, putting me in with Texas is like putting the warm-up band in with the Rolling Stones. These guys are going to plug 1 million wells. We have about 2,000. They went in and found 3 wells. It turned into 13. One of my first orphan well projects with the state, I had 1 well that turned into 3. I thought those ratios were fairly representative of the relative experience that we have compared to Texas. So I was really sorry not to get to hang out with you guys again, but I appreciate you letting me come in like this. The pre and post plugging methane measurement. Colorado has a requirement now that we can't cut, cap, and bury a plugged well until it has been plugged for 5 days. So 5 days after the rig moves off, 5 minimum, 30 days maximum, we can go in there and check for cement to surface that it hasn't settled. We have to do a optical gas imaging tape for, I think it's 5 minutes. Those are a real pain to submit because they're really big files. And we have to verify that the post-plugging methane measurement is 0. So the answer to that, what is the post-plugging methane rate? The answer is 0, because if it's not 0, the well ain't plugged. So we do not have a program where we are going out and checking old plugged wells. But we did get to plug a well for the city and county of Broomfield that was listed as plugged, had a subdivision built over it, and Broomfield had a program where they hired a consultant to go out and do soil gas surveys over every well that was in their jurisdiction. And we're only talking a couple dozen wells, but one of them had a very high methane content in the pores of the dirt. So the pores in the dirt are very, very tiny. The net volume of gas was certainly not a threat to anyone. But as you know, as that methane migrates up through the dirt, it'll displace the oxygen. The methane concentrations were in the 90s, and it keeps the plants from growing. So they wanted us to come out and plug it. We found the wellhead 16 feet below the pavement in a residential street and worked right next to a fire hydrant. with live water. There were neighbors in the neighborhood that were living there as we were doing it, so we couldn't shut the water off. And we had to find a way to get onto a wellhead that was 16 feet below the pavement in a hole that was only about 5 foot by 5 foot. So we couldn't put a human down there, and I won't go into the details of how we got casing on it and cemented it up and plugged the well. But the subject I was asked to or encouraged to at least discuss today was failed plugs. And that was that was a well that was listed as plugged and abandoned. And obviously it had some gas leaking out of it. And my experience with leaking plugs or failed plugs has been very limited. I've only worked on 3 wells that have been listed as plugged that required us to re-enter and replug them. And of those 3, I never encountered a downhole plug in any of those 3 wells. So my experience, my limited experience with failed plugs is that they usually consist of a failure to have ever placed the plugs. And I'm sure I've just taken way more time than is my share to work with the Texas guys, but at least that might encourage a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any
Missy, why don't we see if Danny Sorrells and team have any reactions to that or any experiences that they would like to share? I just want to turn it to you all to give you an opportunity, and then we'll move to questions if that's okay.
Let me just go into a little bit of what we're involved with. The million wells is probably pretty accurate. Just for instance, I was in Kilgore, was one of our district offices, and they were going to put a Walmart in. They did a survey to see if there were any wells. There was 26 wells on that property that would have been the parking lot and the Walmart. So we have, many, many wells. We have 186 inspectors for oil and gas. We have about 80 pipeline safety inspectors, and then another 60, which is critical infrastructure, which is the guys that go out to weatherize to make sure things are weatherized for the winters and for the summer. As far as the actual on location, I'll let David and Keith give you some numbers there. It'd probably be the best thing to do right now of what we do during a year. David, Keith, y'all want to go over some of that with them?
I could kind of speak to, I think one of the first questions was about like how many wells are plugged a year. So for at least the state of Texas, I think we do a pretty good job of tracking wells plugged, at least for the last 20, 30 years. We've done a pretty good job on it once we had our computer system set up. But just for like the last 5 years, total wells plugged in the state's been between, I think, 7,000 to 9,000 has been a pretty good average number of just total wells plugged. And then for what the commission's done for plugging, it's been 1,000 to 1,500 has kind of been our average of wells plugged each year. So most of the wells are plugged by industry. Those are the kind of numbers we're dealing with, and we're relatively confident that those numbers are good. And to address a question, the previous presenter was mentioning about like how many plugged wells kind of come back and have issues. So, we plug over 1,000 wells each year, and I'd say for us, the amount of times we encounter one that we've plugged or that's failed is, I could probably count them on my hands of how many we've had. Like even our online system that we built to track the state managed plugging program, there's not even a section or functionality to track, like go back and plug a well we already plugged, since it was such a rare thing. So for us, it's very rare. And when we do, you can kind of almost know when it's going to happen, when you're having downhole issues the whole time. And Travis, who's I think is one of the panelists too, has an example of one that we run into that's still causing us issues. But usually we know when it could be an issue. So what we kind of do to bolster that or kind of fix that is if we know we're having issues, we kind of come back and check on it if we think it might have a problem, but the vast majority aren't. So typically we're coming back and inspecting them like a few months later, because it just the amount of time you'd have to spend to go and re-inspect 1,000 plugged wells versus going and inspecting another orphan well that we haven't inspected yet. It's better to do, you know, those unplugged wells.
Keith,
And
you
I
might,
don't know,
Keith, you might mention also that we do have FLIR cameras. We do go out and check our orphan wells to make sure there's none leaking.
Yeah, to add to that, yeah, we've been using a FLIR camera, optical gas imaging camera, to kind of see which wells are leaking, you know, methane or natural gas or even H2S. So that's kind of one of our screening tests to see how we prioritize these wells and which ones might be causing a danger, especially the H2S ones. Those are ones we check regularly and make sure, you know, those aren't leaking. And I don't know if Travis, you want to kind of mention a little bit about that one well, give some details on kind of what we go through and some things we kind of see with the wells that fail to stay plugged.
Yeah, thanks for that, Keith. So just we're still working on one particular situation in just south of Bexar County, which is San Antonio, Texas, where there was a well that was plugged, originally drilled, I think in the 70s or 80s, plugged back in the late 90s. Similar to Mike's situation, where you have a neighborhood developer come in and start building houses, and then they call us, letting us know, hey, we had a big rain and there's a big puddle that's bubbling and boiling. So we go out there, we take a look, and it matches up to a well bore location, a plugged well bore location. As we start trying to find the well bore, we dig down, we find a cement column where it appears maybe casing was at one point, but any time that we try to establish any kind of foundation for that casing or that well bore, it just crumbles. So we basically created our own conductor casing, planted a big piece of pipe around where we know the well was, and bring in a big cement truck to pour a slab essentially around that casing in a big 20-foot hole. So that was kind of the initial process. And we start re-entering the well bore, getting down to where we believe the original perforations are, and we start pumping cement where we can, perforating and squeezing. Many iterations of this over 3 years and $1.5 million later, and we still have gas coming outside of the well bore to the surface. So we've tried many different blends of cement, many different perforation intervals. We've tried a geologic study. It turns out to be a pretty complex geological situation where we have faults, natural faults, along with intersecting coal bed seam that also and it's all connected to the original productive interval that was targeted back in the 80s. So all this to say, we're still attempting to find the exact source. We have a company out there right now doing soil gas surveys, putting in monitoring wells to try and identify. We've tried multiple types of cement, slurries, mechanical plugs, initially starting with a thixotropic type cement, then trying a very quick setting, low transition time cement. The last iteration we tried was a biological based cement. Some of you may have heard of BioSqueeze. We tried that, and we're still seeing still seeing gas at the surface around it. But we're continuously monitoring the situation around the neighborhood, and the sidewalk that well bore penetrates through. So yeah, I'm happy to answer any kind of specific questions. I don't want to take up too much time with the details of it, but it's been a long, ongoing, and expensive process. Where it's originally plugged by an operator, but then we come in and try to replug it, and it still fails. Yeah.
I just want to add to Travis's the situation is the big problem we're running into with that is it's not like the gas is coming up just the wellbore. I mean, we're seeing gas bubbles 20 feet away that will hold a flame, so it almost feels like it's kind of expanded beyond that well, and we're just trying to get into those crevices and cracks that are in there. So whenever there is a problem like that, there's a lot of pieces to try and figure out where is it going. And when the well is from the 70s or 80s, the records might not be perfect. They weren't, casing it or plugging it or cementing it to our current standards. So I think that's also a big part with orphan wells is it's stuff that hasn't been taken care of. It's stuff that's been there for decades, stuff older than me that's out there. So it's a lot to try and solve those problems when there's so many unknown variables too.
And I'll just toss in there that the faulting and coal beds and things like that make it so difficult to plug some of these wells. That one we were talking about, we did kind of the same thing with the conductor casing around it. And just toss out there that a trick I learned doing residential development for the town of Parker was called flash fill. And they bring out a truck and they mix it on site and they can fill a hole like that with flash fill. And it goes in about like oil field cement, about like pea soup, and you can walk on it in 45 minutes. And the trick to it was that you can get a road open again within, a couple hours. You can put traffic on it. So flash fill, there's a little trick for your back pocket if you ever need one. But the one we had fresh water flowing along underground channels that exposed the outside of the surface casing to fresh water and oxygen alternating with seasons. And so that surface casing had just turned to nothing, like what you were talking about when you start pulling on it and it just comes apart in pieces. And we wound up just pumping a lot of cement. Our source was a lot deeper than yours, and that gives you a lot of those oil field tools back that you can have with the hydraulic head and things like that you can control that gas with. When you're dealing with a 50-foot gas source, it is so much harder. And those wells that were drilled back just after World War II or before that, drilled with cable tools, in Colorado, those guys were penetrating into the Pierre Shale fairly shallow. And when you drill with a cable tool rig, you penetrate those formations dry because you're using a chipper. And when the cuttings get too deep and you're not making hole anymore, they go in with a bale bucket full of water and they reciprocate that with the doors on the bottom until it fills with a slurry and they can dump it. But when you're making hole, you're chipping dry. So you penetrate into a Pierre shale like that without any well control and without any water that seals off those pores. And when they drill through that formation these days with water-based mud, those shale pores seal up from the water. And the modern rotary rigs never even know it's there. But when they go back 30, 40 years later and they have surface casing that didn't cover that particular shale, and they get plugs up part way up the hole and they're still getting seepy gas at the surface, that Pierre shale, those shallow shales are one of the sources of that gas. And between the Swiss cheese surface casing and the shallow gas, man, those are hard problems to solve.
Yeah, we have the same thing, Mike, where you have natural seeps.
Yes.
And you have natural seeps that the Indians actually use to coat their canoes with and everything here in Texas. Then you got natural seeps offshore in the bays. So when we have something like that, you start pulling records to see if it matches up with any well, and there's not a well anywhere near it. And so you go in there and you start trying to investigate, and you dig and you dig and you dig, and nothing's there. It's just a natural seep. So that throws us off every now and then in trying to verify whether it was a well that was drilled and this doesn't show up on the map. I mean, our maps go back. They're actually, if you could see them, they're very impressive. They're on linen and handmade rolled up linen for the counties in these original wells back in the turn of the century. But we have natural seeps like we're talking about. And, the deal that he was talking about earlier about the well and that keeps leaking. That was one of the things that come up there. The first thing you think of is just a natural seep coming up from one of those coal seams, but there was a well bore there, and but I know you probably sharing the same kind of thing, Mike. I was with Schlumberger for 37 years and dealt with cement just about my whole career, and before I came with the Road Commission.
Yeah, we've got a natural seep right now that is about 100 yards upstream from Boulder Reservoir, Boulder, Colorado, the People's Republic.
Oh, wow.
And our environmental crew went out there and measured the water, and they found thermogenic hydrocarbons in it. Well, it's right up against Front Range of the mountains, the Rockies, where the Rockies pushed through. When the Rockies were being raised, those beds got tilted up, and that Pierre Shale is actually above that reservoir right there. And so the water is running through a hydrocarbon bearing formation and coming out of a natural seep right there on the ground upstream from the reservoir. Now, they found hydrocarbons where the seep was coming out of the ground, but when they went 100 feet away and measured for hydrocarbons in the creek that it was draining to, it was non-detect. So there's a little pad right around that natural seep, which is where those guys in 1905 were looking to drill. That's how they prospected for oil, was to look for those natural seeps, and they drilled some wells around there.
Right.
But that water that's coming up now is going through a little algae field full of bacteria and algae and other bugs and stuff that is consuming that hydrocarbon out of the water. And the system is working just the way God intended it for a natural seep to not cause a lot of harm. And the worst thing that we could do is go out there and tromp around, start digging around and kick something loose that might flow into the reservoir. So our recommendation to the city of Boulder was, let's just stay the heck away from this, at least until it dries up, and we'll go fly it and see if we can find a piece of surface casing.
Yeah, one of the pluggers on here, we had to work with a lot. I call it the well from hell last year. And this well was flowing at 25 barrels a minute. And if you can imagine trying to haul water with a well flowing at 25, it wasn't a well. Let me take that back. This was a breakout flowing at 25 barrels a minute. You take a truck could carry 80 to 120 barrels, right? So
130. Big ones are 130.
Yeah, you can figure out how many trucks we had going. We spent between $7 and $8 million just hauling water before we got it under control. So we get into some really crazy stuff, and these guys that are on here, the two plugging companies we have, could probably keep us awake for about 4 days telling story after story, because those guys go through a lot. And we have I don't remember how many plugging companies. Keith, how many plugging companies do we have that we're contracted with now? It's
We get about
20.
15 to 20. Kind of comes and goes. People join and leave.
But we're fixing to kick off a huge program. We just got awarded. I don't know if y'all realize $100 million for plugging wells through the legislature. Plus, looks like this federal money is going to be. We could be using it again. We got $78 million left of that phase there, and the 22.75 that the state puts aside for us to plug with. So we're going to stand up a ton of rigs. We're going to hire another 60-something people for the IIJA, the federal wells. We're going to be extremely busy in the next several years at least. We've got 8,600 wells approximately that are orphaned. And, it seems like every single year we'll do 1,000 to 2,000 wells, and we're still at 8,600 the next year. It's like whack-a-mole.
Board goes up.
Yeah, it's like, okay, now what do we do? So we got the 100 million. Hopefully we can make a huge dent in what we have. Part of that 100 million was the simple fact that in these wells, you can spend $9 million in a very short period of time. We don't want to use all that money up and not be able to plug wells. So it's kind of, we're going to set some of that aside for emergency only, but.
Thank you all. It's a great discussion. Noelle, did you have a comment?
I did. I'll hold on to it though. I'm sure we'll get to it at some point. But yeah, why don't we turn it to back to Dennis Holman and Davis Lunsford in the room. If you all want to talk about some of your experiences in the field, like unique instances you've run into, and also and kind of to the question that I have in mind, as Travis Bear was talking, I was kind of wondering, it'd be great to know more about your thinking in terms of how you decide to plug a well based on the circumstances. And per the example that Travis gave, if there's one that you plug and you try different materials, what's your thinking around what isn't working? Like, how do you, by process of elimination or prioritizing, how do you make decisions in a scenario like that? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, let's pull you guys into the conversation.
Well, I'll start kind of from the beginning. Information is knowledge. When you go to an abandoned well, that's an orphaned well, 9 times out of 10, there's no records from what the operator done. There's records from when that well was drilled and completed originally. After that, sometimes there's nothing. The well files were destroyed. They never got anywhere. If they're somewhere, nobody knows. So what is downhole when we get there? We have no idea. Whether it be a leaking well or one that's not leaking. You get a well out there and you go, oh, this is going to be a pretty easy well, rope, soap, and dope. 5,000 foot. We're going to go set a plug and squeeze some cement up the hole, and we'll be done in a few days and gone. You get there, and 2-3 months later, you're still there. There's junk in the hole. You can't get past the usable quality water, which we have to protect. And you got junk in the hole when you're milling, fishing, trying all kinds of tools. That's one of the things that we run into on a daily basis with orphan and abandoned wells. And I'm sure Davis has run into that too. You just never know. Another thing we run into is, we run into a lot of, and I can't get too deep into this, but sometimes it's uncomfortable with the landowners. I mean, it gets real uncomfortable. And, the guy saying, watch out for guns and all that. Well, that's very true. In Texas, it's open range. Most landowners are receptive. They want us to get those wells out of there. But there's a handful of them that are not very understanding. And as far as when we get to a well, we open it up. We're trying to get down to the bottom. Sometimes we can't get all the way to bottom to set a bridge plug, which is a standard practice, setting a bridge plug over the perf, some cement. We have to go in there and try to cement those wells. So a lot of times in that process, you pump your mud before you pump your cement. You pump the bottom plug, it all goes away. So you fight that, and you try to put a lot of circulation material. You put heavy mud, you use light mud. Sometimes you don't use any mud, just pour cement to it. And sometimes none of that works. And, on the other side of that, I'm working for the state of Texas, and the state of Texas says, get a plug in there. Well, we use every method we can use, and there's been a lot of things that people have, offered. We use every kind of lost circulation material you can think of. Cottonseed hulls, all kinds of cedar fiber. I've used a bunch of lots, silica flake, a lot of stuff. None of it really seems to work. We've used a polymers. We've used all kinds of stuff, and in some areas it just doesn't work. So you're fighting something it's hard to deal with. You know, you've got bad casings. You get a bottom plug established in it. You try to pressure test the casing. Casings all eat up. You got certain zones you got to perforate and run packers in. You try to run a packer in, the packer won't go. It's hung up. You know, you try to run a retainer, can't get it down. So you got to go in there and, you know, clean the well bore up, get it to where you can establish to get, you know, a packer down. Get a packer down, you cement, you got the packer stuck. You know, those are obstacles that we go through on a daily basis. You know, like one of my guys that worked for Continental Resources, he said, "Man, y'all make that look easy." Well, he wasn't out there the 3 or 4 days that it wasn't that easy. You know, he sees the end of he sees at the end of the game, and when the well's plugged, and we're good with that. You know, we had a well that we plugged for Continental. We got through with it, and we do what a lot of people know in this room probably know as a bubble test. You know, when you get through plugging the well and you get it all done, you cut it off, you let it set, you know, sometimes for hours, sometimes overnight, and make sure you have no bubbles in the cellar. And it, you know, that's an indication that you don't have any leaks. We had this one that just kept leaking. It just kept leaking. So we still had the wellhead on it. So we had, and it had a leak there. So we tied onto it. We'd ran a bond log on it, and the cement was within 90 foot of the surface. So we tied onto it, perforated it, and started, you know, squeezing cement. We squeezed 800 sacks out of it. Finally got it done. You know, that's kind of unconventional. You know, you don't just start pumping down the wellhead, but you know, at that point, you didn't have anywhere else to go. And whatever it was down there, we cemented it off. You know, I don't know anything else I can add. Davis, you want to add something?
Let me add something real quick while I'm thinking about it. I'm old and I'll forget what I was thinking. The one thing that we do that I was very impressed. I've been with 8.5 years now with the Road Commission, but we have a guy out there anytime that rig is doing anything. I mean, we have a plugger, what we call a plugger, that sits on that location the entire time. From the time he first goes into the well till when it's finally plugged, there's somebody there the whole time. That's one of those things that we do that takes a lot of time, but we want to make sure everything is done right according to the Road Commission guidelines. So I just want to throw that in there real quick. Davis?
Yes, sir. And I'll build on that, Danny. I think that we've talked a lot about kind of the extreme cases where you have really troublesome wells. But I'll echo something you said, Mike, which is most of the real problems we have with leaking wells, I think, are wells that were never plugged or just clearly never plugged correctly. And I would make the case that it's not that the plugging requirements or materials are insufficient to do the job. More often, it's the case that we're insufficiently applying those requirements or those materials. And I think that's a good distinction to keep in mind. The fact that a railroad commissioner is on location at all times, to Danny's point, is one of the greatest well integrity tools you have. Because, you know, Dennis, you raised the point, you got junk in the hole. Well, all of a sudden the plugging procedure that you wrote up, or the Railroad Commission wrote up, is now junk. And you've got to have the right people out there in terms of both the contractor and the company representative if you're plugging for the public, or the Railroad Commission if you're plugging for orphan wells, to make the right decision on what's next. And there's I mean, to be frank, there's pressure to not slow down and make the right decision. Very often there's financial pressure, there's time pressure, there's pressure from the landowner who, you know, tells you he's got to cut his hay next week and you guys got to be out of there. So having competent contractors and, you know, regulatory representatives to come apply the cement that we know 99 times out of 100 is going to work. And we can argue, you know, about whether it's a 100-year, 50-year plug, 100-year plug, 1,000-year plug. But I would ask anybody in the room who has more experience than I do to contradict me here. But most of the problems we see are with incorrectly placed plugs or plugs that never exist. So I think that there's a very, very large subset of wells that can go be plugged in a real high integrity manner. And the leakiest, most dangerous well is not one that's been, you know, we can talk about how to monitor emissions from plugged wells, but the highest emitter is an unplugged well. And so I think that going and just capturing that low-hanging fruit of the 8,600 wells in Texas that are plugged, there's a lot of them that aren't going to be very troublesome. You know, they're going to stay on procedure and you're going to go place a good well. Now, 50 years ago, they may not have because they were cutting corners, but I think today we can go put a really high integrity plug in those wells. So I think that doing the things we know to do correctly, measuring your cement, taking a cement sample, making sure that you mixed good cement, making sure that if you find something that's off procedure, that you've got the right people talking about it to figure out, okay, what's a high integrity plan B? We've got junk in the hole, we've got holes in the casing. What do we need to do to make sure that we isolate all of the productive and water bearing zones? And if you can do that successfully, then you can really reliably plug some wells.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I think Jeffrey, what you're saying is 101% true. I think Jeffrey Landry, the cement specialist with Schlumberger, might agree to this. What I have seen is the main issues is the well is not under control or is not balanced.
Mm-hmm.
And you end up with gas cut, which that means the gas is going to go through that plug, and it only takes one little minute bubble to form a channel through it, and it's not going to be a plug. The other thing that I think happens a lot that we really don't think about as much, but I have seen it as a problem, and I wonder how often it is a problem, and we just don't realize it, is when we go to squeeze a well outside that casing, and that open hole between the formation and casing, you may have flow back there that you don't realize. And you pump a plug, you got cement inside the casing, but that cement that was squeezed out, you've got cross flow, which washes that cement out, and that plug is not a plug on that backside. And you move up hole and it happens again, you don't know it. You're tagging the plug's there, everything's fine. Yet you get on up the hole and you start having issues and realize that there's a potential for cross flow here. And I'm afraid that a lot of the wells we plug or have been plugged may have those issues, especially in certain areas where you have geopressured or overpressured zones that are shallower and more pressure than they should be at that shallow formation. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I didn't mean to butt into you there, Davis, but that's I know one of the things y'all had mentioned is what do we think or what do we see in these plug failures? That's two cases right there, I think, that happen a lot. And you can have a plug. It's just not going to be a plug that is a flow, it's flow resistant, but you're still going to have gas coming through it. The backside, that can come up from a deep reservoir and be flooding a shallow reservoir the whole time and have been doing it for years. And you don't realize that when you're setting your plug and squeezing the plug on the outside of that casing. So I'll step back. Davis, sorry about that.
No,
Jeff wants to respond.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I will say a few since Danny's mentioned my name a little bit. So, been a 20-year cement expert, right? So not as much as some, but we we certainly agree that I think, Portland cement is probably 99% of the time the right tool for the job. The problem is, sometimes we need different tools in our toolkit when we run into different problems. Danny's mentioned a few, which is usually enhancing Portland, right? It's not removing Portland from the get-go. It's how do I get a Portland plug that's more resistant to gas cut? How do we do that in shallow gas versus deep gas? How do we do this? And the crossflow is a huge problem, I think, especially let's just take a case in the Midland Basin where you got the canyon that's highly pressurized, a lot of produced water being injected, and we know there's crossflows, but we tag the top plug and we think we're good, right? Or we also talked a lot in the committee, just to restate it here, because y'all weren't on the earlier sessions, is that some of you weren't, is that impact matters, right? So a little methane, what's worse, 25 barrel salt flow going into a water, an aquifer, but yet there's no surface gas, there's no detectable issue at surface, but you got an uncontrolled dump of produced water into a freshwater aquifer that will eventually be a problem, or we have a bubble of methane that might occur, right? So sometimes we chase maybe some of the lower impact, but everything we do should be severity versus probability driven on a risk matrix. And Portland Cement, I agree, is I think we also, Danny, I think you can speak to this. I think the Texas Road Commission, I know Colorado, we do a lot of enhanced P&As up there as well, where we're not just throwing neat Portland at problems, but we address the problems that exist and the different geologies that exist, which in Texas, there's so many, and in Colorado, you have the same problem. The Pennsylvania is totally different problems, and everybody has their own geological driven issues, and let's just have a tool and toolkits to do so. But also, I like to throw out when we do need alternative materials. Danny, you've done a lot with the Texas Road Commission. We've done some y'all done some geopolymer plugs, y'all done some other things. Like, how do y'all address that from a regulatory standpoint when alternative materials that are not necessarily supported in your regs are needed?
How do we support it?
Yeah, what's the process?
I have, to get it to where it is acceptable on say any well, it would take a rule change, which I found out takes an act of Congress. And I finally figured out what that sentence actually
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But they do give me the authority to use a system, or as in the geopolymer, it's a well by well basis, and it goes around that rule because the rule says we have to use Portland cement. But I do have that authority to bypass that. And Travis and the other two guys out in the field, they realize that, and the district managers realize that. So if we get into an issue, usually David Lindley would get the phone call, or Keith would get the phone call, and then we'd sit down and a decision would have to be made of what's the next step. That's the problem is I found, especially when I first started there in Kilgore, we had a whiteboard system, and we had a guy that was a fisherman, and we had all these other guys. We'd sit together, say 6 to 8 of us, and do the what ifs and come up with systems that might work. Then we get hold of the service companies, the Schlumbergers, the Halliburtons, talk to their seaman experts, and come up with a plan to attack it, especially if it's a gas cut situation. But yeah, it's I don't know about other states, but I have that authority where I can try something if I deem it necessary. Does that answer?
Is there any recommendation, since you've done it quite a bit with a lot of different things, bismuth, and like, do you feel like there's something that from a broad perspective, from the industry perspective, maybe even national labs, if we're thinking broadly, that might give you enough confidence in different things? Look, no one wants to believe a service company because we're just snake oil, right? So what, from a perspective of a national lab or a government, body that we're regulating here might support you and the regulatories. Tom, maybe this would be geared towards you as well, and Mike, to make those decisions when necessary, right? Just broadly, so we support not only what we've done in the past, but what might be coming in the future, right?
Well, I was with Schlumberger, 37 years, I said, so I know it's snake oil. No. The geopolymers is what I'm really would like to see come on board. Either that or some of your resins. Cement, like you said, 98% of the time, but you get bit 2% of the time. That's too much. So the geopolymers with the non-corrosive nature or the ability to hold up under corrosive situations, to me would be, and I've talked to the executive directors and I've talked to the commissioners here, would be something we need to look at in the future and using them on plugs. If not just the 2%, why not use them in all? If it's cost competitive or if we know that it's going to work better, why aren't we doing that? And like I said, it will have to take a rule change in our rules to get that something like that done, or the resins or any other thing, anything other than the Portland cement. It's going to take that. Perhaps you came on. Do you have something else to?
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of add on to that. And as you know, Dan, we've kind of been researching all the different types of cement that have kind of come on the market in the last few years, and agree with you a lot there about the geopolymers. That I think they are a great option to use, and we've seen we have the empirical data to show that it's done well, as well as some of the other API or ASTM type cements. I think that it would. From a regulatory standpoint, it's helpful for us to have some kind of standard, not just the testing standard that maybe APIs put out there, but also what's a material standard. And then we come up against the roadblocks of proprietary blends or what have you. But at the end of the day, API and ASTM were out there to kind of set that baseline of, hey, this is what we know, this is what works. That's why they came up with the API Class L or the ASTM Type 1L. Where you have these kind of newer blends that they have demonstrable consistency over material specs. So we know that kind of geopolymer and some of the resins are still relatively new in the industry. But if we get some kind of standard blend that's out there that ASTM or API is willing to put their seal on it, then that helps us as regulators have that confidence and say, all right, yeah, this is something that can be used across the state, across the nation, what have you.
Yeah, well put.
So before we get back to Davis, because I know we kind of left you, Tom, you had a.
Yep, thanks, Missy. I just wanted to maybe revisit again a couple comments, and Davis and Dennis or whoever could address these as well. But how do you, I guess, recognizing an issue that's occurring while you're plugging the well? Dennis mentioned bubblers. You mentioned running into tag a plug and it's not there, or you pressure up on a plug and it just doesn't hold. So what do you guys look for to understand when the plug job that you're on isn't going the way it's planned, that you've got an issue to take care of? And especially in the non-standard scenarios, like Danny mentioned, cross flow on the back side, are there ways or things you can look for to recognize when there's a problem with that plug? And again, especially on the backside where, you can't just go tag it or have some other physical method of testing that.
Davis, you want to? Great.
Sure. And then Dennis, you can jump in here. I think, Jim, you made a good point earlier, which is the best time to monitor the integrity of your plug is while you're doing it. And if you don't see a plug there, or you see some casing issues or something like that, you need to stop and you need to reevaluate. I think just one thing that I recommend as very effective in a lot of scenarios is pulling casing. You solve all the backside cross flow issues if you can have a solid plug in the top half of the well. So I'm a big advocate of pulling casing as a way just to ensure you've got wellbore integrity or plugging integrity. Beyond that, I think it's really a case by case basis. And that's where I emphasize the value of a full-time in Texas Railroad Commission representative working with a, a trusted contractor who's going to be 100% honest all of the time. When I said that current practices were good enough to cover, 95+% of the wells, I wasn't recommending that we apply them to 100% of the wells. What I was saying is we need to make sure we get that 95% right by doing the things we're supposed to do. On a normal well where all you're doing is going in and putting cement, you need to know that your cement's good. You need to know that it's where you think it is. So have good people on location, and that comes down to whoever the regulatory agency is and the contractor who can solve those problems. Escalate the 5% up to Danny so that he can make the call, to use something other than Portland. So that's my answer to the question is number one, pulling casing, usually a plus. Number two, work through that with competent people and know that it's okay to go off a procedure. A lot of times I've seen when I'm plugging for operators, they're scared to go off of procedure, which they totally should if the well gives them something unexpected. And so just having that conversation, Tom.
Yeah, Tom, you're talking about backflow, flow on the backside. We are looking at, and we have purchased geophones that we have virtually every size of casing we can strap a geophone on, and there's the software out there that can detect flow behind casing. We have them to put on tubing. We have them even to put on the sucker rods of a well. We're looking at that. There's a guy in Canada, Gary. If you want his name, I can get it to you. It's an engineering firm up in Canada, and he provided us with all the hardware, and there's software out there that will interpret the frequency to tell you if it's gas or water or a combination of the two. But we have tried that on some wells and are looking at maybe starting to use it more readily now that we have the hardware.
Dennis?
Back to what Davis said, we don't pull casing in some areas of some of the fields we work in because the pipe's norm. We pull the pipe out, then we got a big problem. We got to try to deal with the norm pipe to get rid of it. Becomes a problem. So a lot of that we leave the casing in the hole. When you're pumping plugs, if you're monitoring your flow on the backside, if some applications you're having to have a vacuum truck suck it out because your well heads are bad, you got holes in the casing, got all kinds of problems. But if you're flowing to a pit, you're monitoring your flow on the backside, you will be able to tell whether you have gas in your water or oil or any hydrocarbons as you're coming out. And if you circulate the hole and get it to clean mud, then at that point you're a lot better off at pumping your plugs because you know that you're going to get a plug. My deal in pumping plugs, the way the standard is right now is everybody squeezes a plug. They set a packer, they squeeze it down below 100 foot below with their packer or whatever, and establish a balanced plug down there. And if they got pressure and they're running pressure, and they get pressure and they shut it in, they come back the next day, they tag the plug. Well, we got a good plug. Back to what Danny was saying, that may not always be true. In a perfect world, you would displace that plug down and have your cement up to backside, shut it in, then you'd pressure up on it the next day. You got a plug there on inside the pipe. You'd pull your packer out. You'd go back in the hole and run a bond log on it. That bond log will tell you whether you got a problem with your cement on the backside or not.
Yeah, but how often do we do that? We probably, to me, every surface pipe should have a bond log ran on it when we set surface, and then in plugging, there's a lot of these areas to where we should be requiring, I think, bond logs to assure good semen on the backside, especially in areas that we know that that's a case, and we are asking for that in those areas on some of the wells.
Yes, sir. I agree to that.
Mike, I saw you react to that. Did you want to add anything?
Oh, yeah, no, I was just cheering for Danny. I wish we could require a bond log every time somebody drills a new well, because we make believe that the surface casing is sound all the time.
Yeah, yeah. And how many wells have you been on and seen pea gravel in the cellar?
Yes.
You know what that pea gravel's for? They didn't get semen to surface, or it fell back. So they go and haul pea gravel, fill the backside full of pea gravel, and dump a couple sacks of cement on top of that. That's one of the reasons they were, I got my first call from the industry was silenced. All of a sudden, it's true. And I said, "Who is this?" And he told me, he says, "You went to the dark side." So there's so many things that I'm not saying they're doing this now. This has been back in the 90s or the early 20s. But there's things that some of these drilling companies do that aren't very kosher, and they're trying to save money. And if we could run bond logs on every surface casing, that would stop all that. I mean, we're protecting the surface water with that casing. And I've tried to get that here, and the industry's going to fight you tooth and nail, but it's something that eventually somebody's going to wake up. We need to start running bond logs on these surface casings. I'll get off my podium. Go ahead.
I think that should be mandatory.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
bond log on the surface pipe.
Yeah.
Because you're exactly right. I've seen instances where, and I've plugged a lot of wells where we've pulled casing out. We pull casing out of the well. We hear something running in the well, and we got water coming in from the fresh water that's been going down in the backside of the well for however many years. Who knows that? But I have had that happen. I even got a video of it.
Yeah.
On a well that was in Hutchinson County, Texas.
Well, we go out to make sure that cement comes to surface, and it's circulated to surface. But if those reservoirs that surface casing is in are highly permeable, that cement drops back. It could drop back. 50% of the surface casing could have no cement behind it. So that to me is very important, along with the methane problems that exist. That's just as bad a problem to me, if not worse. But anyway.
Yeah,
Nathan,
when you see that gas coming up 10 feet away from your wellbore, it's not traveling that far laterally. It's coming out of the surface casing, and the surface casing might be Swiss cheese. If it's been exposed to fresh water and air, the rust that occurs eats that surface casing up, and you circulate cement to surface when you set it, but then that cement always falls back.
Yeah.
It always falls back, and they never top that stuff off. That surface casing cement is one of our biggest, and that's one of the most important things we do, is protecting those aquifers.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit of a convert in regard to cement bond logging. For the first couple of decades of my career, and many of you were mentioning numbers that had 30s and 40s. Well, mine starts with a 5. So I started, my first cement job out in the field was in the early 70s, and we ran cement bond logs, and I got a terrible cement bond log and it had ringing collars up and down, and we pressured up on the casing and we had ringing collars up and down, and we perforated and we put 3,000 pounds on there and couldn't pump in. So there's clearly was some kind of disconnect, and but the quality of cement bond logging has actually improved over the last
Definitely,
4.
definitely.
And so I'm a little more enthusiastic about that possibility. I will suggest that it wasn't just in the 90s that people were really focused on costs and might ignore some things on surface pipe. A lot of the crews that do that are not the same crews that do the horizontal. I mean, you come out and set surface pipe, not always with the same rig even. And so,
Right.
So you've got Bubba, forget Bubble Point, you've got Bubba, who has in trying to do this as fast and cheap as possible.
Watch it. I know Bubba.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, anyway, Bubba actually retired. His son, Bubba Jr., is doing it now. But the without a requirement for that, for those cement bond logs, and without a requirement for those to be public and for them to be of certain quality. By the way, you can still hire people who run cement bond logs with the same kind of technology that we did 30, 40 years ago. Not
Right.
everybody's using SLB and Halliburton and Baker Hughes's, the modern logs. One more final thing I want to just mention. Dennis talked about pumping large volumes of cement and 800 barrels or sacks or whatever it was. It's just a reminder that when we pump high rates of cement, we are not squeezing cement. If you're visualizing that it's permeating into pores or squiggling through little cracks, we are hydraulically fracturing the formation.
That's correct. That's
Cement.
correct.
And if it's shallow enough, it might be horizontal, at least the first one, and a little bit deeper, it's probably vertical, and the next one's probably in some other direction. So this is really, you can solve the problem of no flow if you just frack this area enough with cement, but it's not solving the problem up whole.
Yeah. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, above 3,500 foot, you possibly could have had horizontal, and below that, vertical. But in a lot of the cases, I know in Texas, you have natural fractures that a lot of times are where that's coming from. And in Dennis's case, we got into that several times. The well from hell, we pumped. How many sacks we pumped, Dennis?
For a while, we were pumping 1,000 sacks an hour.
Yeah.
For a while, we pumped 4,000 or 5,000 sack plugs.
In Duncan, Oklahoma, there was a well Halliburton drilled to dispose of waste and excess cement, and it took I don't know how many hundred thousands of sacks of cement to do it. And so you can put a lot of cement away in some wells.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Adam?
Thank you. So I just wanted to explore an issue we were talking about. Davis mentioned it and Danny too, about the importance of having an inspector on site for well plugging. And I know that the Railroad Commission does that 100% of the time for Railroad Commission plugged wells. And so it makes me wonder, have you seen a material performance difference in Railroad Commission plugged wells versus industry plugged wells?
I think I'll just add real quick. I think that's, for one, it's kind of a tough comparison. You're not really comparing apples to apples because, when we're plugging Orphaned wells, it's wells that have not been taken care of. No, we don't have the records on. So there's going to be more issues we're going to deal with. Or with industry, it's a well that, they might have drilled. They know everything about it. And it's not been sat there for 30 years and no one's touched it. So I think there's a bit of a comparing apples to oranges. But in general, we don't really have the data to say there's a big difference. But it's also hard to compare those two things, I think.
Yeah, can I just throw in that the reason those companies are getting away with that stuff is because it's just so hard. You know, if there isn't a representative of the public or the commission on site when they're doing it, there's just no way to tell. And for the orphan well program, we always have somebody there. But for the industry plugs, that's a lot less consistent. We require third-party verification that the cement was pumped and the plugs were placed, but that doesn't always tell the whole story.
I agree.
Well, that's all fair. So I have a different question. And that's about how you choose what zones to require get isolated during the plugging. And it's my understanding that each district in Texas has its own list of what zones should be isolated. And I wonder, thinking now about the all the blowouts in the Permian from shallow disposal, how are you thinking about, you know, kind of future-proofing current plug jobs for zones that may not need isolation now, but 20 or 30 years down the line with different uses, you'd have wished that you had those zones isolated. So how do you think about all that?
You want me to start, Keith?
I was going to kick it to Travis, since, you know, at the district level, that's kind of, you know, they're the most familiar with what they're going to run into. So, you know, I thought he'd be a good answer, but you can go ahead too.
Yeah, yeah. It's not each district has their own. It's each field that's in that district. It may be 400 different fields, say in or 1,000 or 1,500, say in one of our division's offices covers. And each one of those fields, it's, you know, we isolate each water zone, not the water zones, but each stringer of water zones behind that surface casing. And then anything that is a disposal zone, it is isolated. Anything that is a productive zone is isolated on top and below on each one of them. It is, you're right in asking that question. Is a very good question. How do we know 20 years from now? You don't. That's what the problem is in Texas now, that we have zones that aren't cemented in a lot of these old well bores that should have been cemented because we're injecting in some of these zones. It may not be in that same field, but in other fields. So that's a good point. I don't know how you determine 50 years from now what you're going to be doing. The problem we have in Texas is all these wells were drilled in a permeable, high porosity formations that once we got the oil and gas out of it, we could use it to dispose of water. Now we are at a point where we're pulling all this out of tight shales. You can't put this water back in those tight shales, so you're pumping it in these reservoirs that have had very little pressure of any on them. The fields were dead, and now you're pressuring them back up. So we're testing a lot of plugs in the state of Texas right now to see if those plugs will still hold. I don't know how you determine 20 years from now, 10 years from now, but I know what we're doing now is anything that has the potential, it's got plugs over it. Down in Angelina County, it's like 21 plugs, you know, and you may go to another field and it'll only be 2 or 3 plugs. So it varies drastically from one formation, one field, one district to the other. Does that sum it up, Keith? Pretty much?
Yep, pretty much. And then like there's also just differences in like how deep that water table is. Some water tables are only at about 100 feet, and some go down to 3,000 feet. I think there's one that's 6,000 feet somewhere. So there's a lot of variability in what needs to be done in the districts. So we kind of put that responsibility on them to kind of make sure it gets taken care of correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all fair and useful to think about. Appreciate it.
So Nathan, you still have your card up. Did you have a follow-up? No. Okay. We have one question that came in online that I'd like to do. It says, so how does DOI's revised guidelines affect your plugging procedures and what you're doing going forward? Do you see any changes with the new guidelines?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
I saw the numbers this morning. We've only plugged 37% of what we did during the first phase. We're shut down. I mean, totally shut down. We have 53 tribes that have lived at or were active in the state of Texas. Only 3 of them are still there. But, when this was first sent out, it was, I don't think a timeline was set on it. So you send out to all the tribes, well, you don't hear back from them. And it's, this is definitely going to affect it. We're going to start flooding a lot of wells. Keith?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, it kind of puts the requirements closer to what we normally do. So there isn't that huge kind of disconnect between, is this a federal well or a state well? It kind of puts them a little bit closer in terms of our requirements. And to Danny's point, I think that first year where we had the initial grant where, the requirements were kind of what we're going back to now, we plugged almost 800 wells, in that first year with the federal money. And since with the formula grant, I don't think we've gotten barely over 500 after we've had it for a year and a half, almost 2 years. And it's just all the approvals and the kind of, we're trying to do everything that they wanted, whenever they had all those requirements, but it just kind of kept shifting. So I think if we're going back to that, initial standard, this is going to be huge in getting us to get the plug wells again, honestly.
Yeah,
Colorado was shut down too.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game changer.
The ESA NHPA merry-go-round that went back and forth, where you could have a state-approved plan, submit it to DOI, they would redline it and give it back. You'd address their red lines and resubmit it. Somebody else at DOI would read through it and give you another set of red lines, and sometimes 2 or 3 rounds, 4 even, and no approval. And we just finally started getting approved plans that we could start working with just maybe a month or 2 ago.
Yeah, we still haven't. We still got a lot that's sitting out. The problem we went through is we did it on the state level and sent it all in. And so these tribes haven't ruled on any of this, and now all of a sudden they're doing away with it. Well, we still got that stuff out there, so we're going to have to wait for some kind of reply. No, it's a game changer though. If we had this Texas Historical Society go and do all this for us when we started out. They wouldn't accept that.
Right.
I mean, our own historical people that know the state went out. They wouldn't accept that. Had to be third party. Anyway.
Tom?
Yeah, I would just add, in my opinion, in the language in the IIJA, it allowed the states flexibility to design a program that met the needs of their state, depending on whatever their orphan situation was, and use that funding for what that state felt they needed it most for. And then it changed in the formula grants, changed it into a kind of, you must do all these things, whether or not it's applicable in your state or not. So getting back to just allowing the flexibility for the state to utilize the funding within the confines of what the language is in IIJA is really beneficial. In Wyoming, at one point, we decided not to participate in the first round or both rounds of the formula grant applications because it didn't meet the requirements that we wanted to see, and we felt it wasn't really following what the language in the IIJA was. So we're happy to see it go back to allowing that flexibility for the states to do what they need to do with that funding.
Thank you, Tom. Adam?
Sure. Since no one else had a question, we seem to still have 15 minutes left. I wonder if either the Railroad Commission or ECMC or Tom, we've talked about things that you might want to change about your plugging rules. One thing was easier ability to use alternative materials, and another was bond logs for surface casing. Are there other things that you see in your rules that you would like to modify or alter that we should be thinking about?
Could be. Those are the big ones.
Yeah, those are the big ones. You know, we already have rules in there stating what type of cement has to be used in the surface casing, and everything. The only we have it in the lead systems for the all the other strings also. So the main thing was that surface casing. That was a big one. I have a couple others, but that pertains to Texas and certain areas. Travis?
Yeah, there's probably a couple of other things. I think part of it is more just implementing best management practices or best engineering practices and putting that into rules. Some simple as, you know, if there's a hole in the casing, don't try to squeeze a plug in because you don't know where it's going to go. Pressure testing a bottom plug before you set any other plugs. All of those are just kind of best management practices, but it probably wouldn't hurt to codify some of those at least.
Yeah, it's not right. You're right. It's not in writing. It's stuff we do,
It's
but
not in writing.
it's not in writing as a rule or anything.
But we do it every day.
Yeah, it's things that we do. That Travis is right. There's a lot of stuff that we do that is practice, but it's not as a rule. It's because that area you need to do this, or this area you need to do something different. And the districts, you know, go by that.
Well, there's always the intermediate step of guidance documents.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to do though, because the guidance documents, like I'm saying, in one district, something may be necessary where it's not in any other districts or any other regions that we have. It's just local to that, or to that one local area that something needs to be done different. But as far as pressure testing plugs, yeah, that's yeah, you should be able to do that. But a lot of these, you got Swiss cheese for casing, so you got to go in and tag that plug and hope it's not gas cut. So it's just, it depends on the area, it depends on the age of the field and everything. And that's probably why it's not a rule. Looking back at this is because it's not something that can be done across the board.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Anybody online want to ask a question? We've kind of gotten through the Q&As.
I did want to mention one thing. I think one of the, or sorry, go ahead.
Eilish, go ahead.
One thing I want to mention is we were kind of talking about, like, when do you think you run into issues and kind of how do you address them? When do you see kind of those decision points? So even right now, we've got a well that we moved on that had, 4,000 PSI, we moved on to it, and you start kind of with your general attack plan of, okay, I need to get the well depressurized so that you can do all your normal stuff like pulling tubing. So for that, you're like, okay, we pump heavy mud to kill the well, and you do that process, and then something, and you expect a certain result. Like after I pump that heavy mud, pressure should be gone, then you can do your thing. So with this well, we pumped the mud, and then the pressure started going up after a while, so where it jumped up to 5,000, then it came back down to 2,000, and then we're like, okay, that's not what we expected. So then we left it for the day. We came back today, and now it's up to 7,000 PSI. So it went up after putting in the heavy mud. So you're like, okay, where are these things happening? And you've got, these downhole conditions you're not sure about. You have, well records, but you're kind of guessing what's happening. So I kind of see it as like you're blind. You don't know what's really happening down there. So it's kind of like going to your fridge with your eyes closed and trying to grab stuff that you're using to make dinner. You don't really know what's happening. And then if it's a well you have no records on, then it's like going to somebody else's fridge and trying to find the things you need for dinner. So it's just, there's so much. I think, I forget who mentioned about information being the main thing, is you don't have it. So then you kind of go through this process of diagnosing, okay, if I pump this mud here, where is it going to start coming back up? When will I see it come back up? Okay, now I can see, I think there's a hole at this depth. So there's a lot of engineering, but it is tough when you don't have all the variables to kind of help with that equation. So I just wanted to mention that before we got off.
Thanks, Keith. Eilish, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I did think of a question. What do you think would be the best way to provide recommendations? I mean, other than, like this report like, going forward, just like either the states would provide or, some other entity would provide that are not perceived or used as codes, but would be useful, that, if you, like you were saying, sometimes you have, you don't want to have a set of rules or codes that, because they're not going to apply to every area, but what do you think would be the best way to have those available as options, but not, as part of your codes? Because from what I understand, it's difficult to change codes. It's going to take a lot of time, and you might want that information sooner.
Wow.
Having just been through a whole bunch of rule changes in Colorado, I can tell you it is a monstrous undertaking. I don't have a good answer for you.
You know what, when I first started designing frac jobs and cement jobs and acid jobs and coil tubing jobs and sand control jobs and whatever, one thing stuck out. The guy told me, you're an oil field doctor, but we have to determine what's wrong and try to fix it. But I think a better way to put that is we're an oil field veterinarian. The patient can't talk to us. So we have to go in, and it's like we discussed earlier, you don't know what's going to be in that well. It could be one stick of pipe. It could be, we've even had it where the disgruntled operator dropped a bit in the well upside down. And you cannot, that is a nightmare. On top of all the junk was a bit. So to put it in to one package is extremely difficult, because there's so many things that can happen. There's so many things that you can find that went wrong. These wells, a lot of these wells are orphan wells because the operator couldn't afford to work them over. It was so much wrong that they finally gave up. And yet we got to go out there and work it over and get it to where we can plug it. So it's hard to put this into set rules or set guidelines or anything else. In my mind, if we could do that, I'd be very impressed. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's something that I know, like that they've done in some of the states I worked with, was their intention was to put, like, if we had, research that suggested, this minor change or, using this material would be good, bad, whatever the case may be, they had the option to put that into like their plugging job plans, where you could add it that way. I was asking the other question mostly from like our standpoint, like how do we help you be flexible but also have information that you need? And if you do have any suggestions on that.
Well, we are flexible in Texas. Like I said, they give me the authority to override systems or whatever. So if I'm approached and it's something I thought was worth trying, we will do it. There's so many different formations in these wells. There's so many different, I mean, it's not like, the well may be 4,000 foot, the well right next to it may be 15,000 foot deep. So it's hard to even do it by field. And if we could come up with something, it'd be great, but I don't, it's, to me, it would be extremely, extremely difficult unless you go to just the basics. I mean, the basics, like Travis was saying, you test the bottom, pressurize the valve, and plug. If the casing's good, that's something that needs to be done. But it's hard to get your hands around everything and say that this would be logical. Am I, do you understand what I'm saying, or am I answering your question, I guess, what I'm asking?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's why it's so important to have some of us old graybeards around that have done this for a long time and seen a bunch of different ways to do it, and even having some contractors on site who are snake oil salesmen, because sometimes snake oil is just what you need.
Yeah, somebody mentioned 50 years. I think I'm in that category too. It's 37 was just Schlumberger. So yeah, we've seen a lot. Seen a lot. We've seen a lot that didn't work, so we know not to try it again. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, maybe that would have been a better way to ask the question. How, like, yeah, do we make sure all of the knowledge that you all have, is something that's readily available to others that might be in a similar
Well,
situation? Because I think there's, I don't, it just seems like that even
well,
in like
you know what?
Pennsylvania pluggers, there's a lot of really, good ones that have so much knowledge, and
Yeah.
then, yeah, passing that
But
down.
but what happens? What happens in the oil field is you go through cycles, right? So you depend on your gurus at work or at another district. You depend on them to help you. Okay, you go through a cycle, you lose all your older people, and so then you find somebody else, and then one day you finally realize people are calling me. So these cycles go around. You lose that technology over and over and over, and you watch the younger engineers trying stuff that you've seen fail over and over and over through the past cycles. It's just if you could keep if when you were born they could plug you up and you had all the knowledge of your parents type deal. If there was some way you could keep the knowledge from the oil field that previous uh-ohs, this may not work. But we can't. And we lose our technology, and we lose that technology. You lose your experience factors. You lose your 50 somethings that have worked their way up through the field and seen a lot of this happen and see what to do if you run up against something. That's the important part. You can't just go out there and go, this is going to work. Most of our pluggers, most wells are routine. So it's easy to plug these wells. You have no issues. You pull the tubing out, packer out, you plug your first, and you go through the whole ritual of plugging that well. But then you run up against one that has all kind of issues. That's where the experience factor needs to come and step up, and that's where the phone calls need to be made on what to do and what to try. So
Well, if there are no more questions from anyone, I guess the gray hairs, we can all go and do what we need to do. But I wanted to thank everybody. This was very helpful conversation, and I appreciate the free flowing and your willingness to share a lot of your experiences. If there's no other comments, we're kind of at the end of our time period. So
I wanted to say one thing. I want to thank our two pluggers for making the trip there. That says a lot, guys.
yeah, Davis, Dennis, thank you
And
very much.
I'll just throw in that meetings just like this is how you preserve that knowledge.
Yeah.
Yep.
These are really, really valuable meetings.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Noelle. I'll just echo Missy's thanks to everybody and Dennis and Davis in the room. This was really great, and we really appreciate your willingness to meet with us and take the time out of your busy schedules to share information with us. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, I gotta go plug a well. You'll just
Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
thanks.
Thank you.
And for the people in the room, we'll just take a 15-minute break and then we'll reconvene at 3 p.m. for our final session. All right. Thanks. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're gonna jump back into our final session here. And I'm just gonna go ahead and kick it off. We can turn it to Bart Joppy. Are you ready to go?
I think so. Yeah.
All right.
See if you can see that my screen.
We can't.
Oh, correct.
One second, folks. Oh, there we go.
Buddy, sorry about that. So you can see it all okay, and hopefully you can hear me okay. So yeah, my name is Bart Chopper with Baker Hughes, well abandonment leader based in Houston, Texas. So first of all, I'd like to thank the committee and David for inviting me to talk today a little bit about tools. Now, in order to be unbiased, I decided to create a presentation without any tools. So I don't want to show anything specifically. This market is a big place. We've heard of lots of people today and in previous sessions, so I thought it was unfair to highlight specific tools. Therefore, instead, I'm going to talk about annular remediation methodologies because I think the real challenge for well abandonment and orphan well abandonment is not so much setting a plug inside the well, it's very much sealing the annular space. So I will go through a series of slides to talk about methodologies. I will mention tools, but I will not mention trade names. And I will provide you a little bit of a perspective on some of these technologies used. And obviously, we'll be open for questions at the end of the presentation. I do have a little summary. So let me change slides. So the first thing I want to really talk about, because that's important, I feel, is well barrier placement considerations. So when we look at a well and we do P&A wells all around the world, we always start with a well data review. Now I understand that might be your biggest gap. So I feel fully appreciative of that. But it's really important to understand the well design, the age, the depth, and potential flow zones penetrated. I think Danny from Sorel from Texas mentioned that very clearly. We have wells where we place 2 plugs. We have a well or an area where we plug 21 plugs are being placed. So I think that's really important, is to understand what is just subsurface. And that's the second point, subsurface observations, surface observations. Do we have any sustained casing pressure or any casing vent flow, whether that is closed in or not? And what observations can we take from that? Can we sample it? Is it biogenic? Is it thermogenic? Which annulus is it on? Understanding a little bit, and that paired with that research of the age of the well, where did we set casing strings at that moment in time? Where is that potentially coming from? Then we're looking more at the barrier location. So from that subsurface evaluation, and I call it field-wide, because it's not a reservoir, it's not a district, it's not an area, but it's a field. And that field can actually overlap depending on the number of penetrations you have and the depth of those penetrations. But we're not trying to seal a single well, we're trying to seal a system. And that system might have some natural seepage. It might have a lot of straws we punched in it over the years. And that's where we try to establish the minimum plug depth. And again, I appreciate that might not be known for each zone you've penetrated, but what's the minimum plug depth depending on your hydrostatics of your reservoir fluid? Is it gas, which would make it typically deeper than when it's a fluid, which has more hydrostatic to support your plug in a wellbore. And then the placement itself, it's obviously critical that we seal where we penetrated the well to start with to get to the hydrocarbons. So seal it at a capable cap rock, and capable is one with sufficient strength, typically deep enough in the well to seal the reservoir going forward. Now, once we've established all that on a field basis, we really need to go to the specific well, understand the well integrity verification, and confirm the annular condition. Now, sometimes that might be pretty easy, right? As mentioned, 95%, and I don't know if that's the right number, but a number of wells will be easy. You know enough about the well, it has not casing, doesn't have any casing vent flow, it doesn't have any issues, so it's quite simple to determine where the plug needs to be set. And you might know enough, or you might trust the data enough that an annual log is not required. The contrary, if you have a well where you know nothing about, you've got pressure on multiple annuli, I would highly recommend to find out more about the annular condition before you start plugging it. And then you come to the selection of the barrier placement methodology, and I'll run through a number of them here in a minute. And you'll notice that very much depends on what is your annular condition. Barrier material, we spoke about Portland cement, which is the default material. And I will talk in my presentation about enhanced cement, where I think the characteristics of the cement placed are for your specific application, whether that is a maybe a shallow set plug, maybe it's a deep set plug, maybe it's a high temperature, maybe it's a CO2 resistant cement. So depending on what you're trying to seal, and it hopefully has some slightly expanding characteristics so it doesn't shrink from the moment you set it. And there's obviously alternative barrier materials available as well. And then the last thing I think is very critical is barrier verification. You don't actually have a barrier until you verify that you have one. And that could be annular verification, it could be pressure testing, it could be with a tag, depending on where you place the barrier. So keep this in mind, and then I'll go fairly quickly through a couple of barrier placement methodologies. The first one being perforate, circulate, and cement. So don't confuse this with squeezing. This, in our viewpoint, is basically placing a primary cement job if you don't have one. So the sequence is quite simple. We make holes in the pipe. We can do that in multiple ways. We can do it on slick line, E-line, cold tubing, jointed pipe. This could be done with perforating guns. This could be done with mechanical sorting tools. Once you've got that established, you typically pump and circulate the well so you know 100% in, 100% out, so you know what your circulating part is and you know where your cement or alternative barrier material is going. And I mentioned here enhanced cement as well as geopolymers, which were mentioned, I think, by the state of Texas as well, as good pumpable solutions. Nowadays, enhanced cements, enhanced with resin, is becoming, I wouldn't say common, but I see more and more applications in multiple places around the world. So those are the pumpable solutions. Pretty simple, you know where your cement is going. And I'll just refer to as cement for ease of reference. It gets out and gets back to the surface. Now, a couple of things to mention here. If your casing integrity or tubing integrity, this could also be tubing, is not to the level you need it to be above you, you'll obviously need a conduit to pump this. You want to know where the cement is going. So a surface packer, either run on coil or on jointed pipe, would be recommended in this case. Not pumpable, but placement injection would be, for example, a bismuth alloy or a resin. So those are clearly in the more alternative barrier materials. I think you spoke extensively about it in your session in May. And those are obviously possible as well, but typically those are smaller volumes and therefore result into shorter barriers as well. And the verification would be a simple pressure test or tagging or drill out plus logging if you want to evaluate the annulus. So this would be the first one. The second one would be a very simple cut and pull operation, and it is simple until it isn't. So if you have good casing integrity and you're not cemented, you would cut the pipe well above the cement, I would say, certainly a number of feet above the cement, and then you would pull the pipe out of the hole, and now you're effectively remove the annulus. And I think Davis, he's not here, but he just referred to it in the previous session. That will actually help you to eliminate the annulus, eliminate a lot of the unknowns. That actually allows you to clean out the well, and then you can place your barrier material. And in this image on the right, don't be confused. This could be in the open hole, but it's unlikely to pull significant length from open hole. So typically this would be in a cased hole environment where you set a plug, sometimes referred to as a T-plug. And then all the plugs I show here, if you have the option to place a bottom for the cement or your sealing material, that's always recommended, because at least when you tag the top, you can make a determination on what the length of your plug would be. Again, cutting can be done on slickline, E-line, coil, or jointed pipe. Cooling pipe really requires a rig or a hoist. Hydraulic workover unit, we definitely don't recommend cranes unless you know for sure the pipe is free. You don't want to have any shock loads on the crane itself. Barrier placement, make sure you can pump it. And then cutting, there's many different ways. So we see mechanical cutters being very common, same for jet cutters and radio cutting torches, but lasers are being used in some areas. Abrasive water jet is possible as well. Some tools are easier to mobilize than others, so it might depend if you have a campaign, if you have an individual well, what's available. Explosives are quite easy to ship in the US. We don't see that everywhere around the world. And when it comes to the pulling, it could be a very simple spear, but it could also result into overshots. This could be catching it from the outside. And this can be enhanced with hydraulic pulling tools, as well as vibratory tools. So jars are mentioned last for a reason. The easiest way to separate pipe, which is not in a pristine condition, is to go in with a jar. So if you want to shake it loose or you want to slowly jack it out, you'll have probably a more higher chance of recovery than when you jar on it. And again, the barrier materials are very similar. Now we come to casing milling. So this is a little bit of a jump, because now the annulus is not necessarily free like in the two previous examples, but sometimes we're not deep enough in that well. So we've cut the pipe which was free, which was above us, and we pull it out of the hole, but now we need to get deeper in the well to place the barrier where it needs to be. And for casing milling, we can recognize a casing mill or a pilot mill where the center of the mill is inside the pipe, and that's an easy guidance for us to go down and not lose the well bore effectively. Sometimes that's not easy to do, and sometimes you actually have to wash over some of the casing strings or some of the gravel packs if there are in the way. So there's different situations which do require different tools. Also very important for milling, and I heard a comment last week that milling is very slow. I cannot speak to the contrary. Milling is very slow compared to everything else you do, but I heard it was down to inches per hour. That's typically not needed. So you can mill to 5, 10, 15 feet an hour sometimes when you set up the system correctly. Now, not all wells are the same. Not all wells can handle the same ECD or equivalent circulating density, and steel is heavier than rock. So you need to plan every part you do, and especially how you get the swarf out of the well and how do you get it out from the mud at the surface. And there are some swarfless milling systems in the market as well, which allow the swarf to be basically placed in the rat hole. And for limited deviations, that could be a methodology as well. The barrier materials are very similar again. So we mill from the top until we don't need to mill anymore, and then we'll basically cement the well back up. The next one is perforate and squeeze, and that has been mentioned a couple of times. So here we're trying to effectively repair the existing annular barrier by placing barrier material in there. Now, the annular fill condition here, it's partially cemented or there are some mud channels. If you do have a microannulus, it's going to be very difficult to fix that with perf and squeeze. And you'll see here in the image, the annulus is no longer clear. When we pump the cement down, it might get to the path of least resistance, but it might not seal where it needs to seal. Especially challenging is to get 360 degrees coverage. Now that gas bubble will find a way. It will find a way if there is a way to find. Our perforations might not find that way. So even if we perforate at 12 shots per foot and we do that for a number of feet, we might only be able to find one side of the channel or one side of it, and we might not be able to pump into it. Especially with cementatious materials, which have solid content, you cannot seal a microannulus effectively. You probably squeeze off the near perforating, but you might not seal the 360 degrees around you. So you see that sometimes you do a squeeze job, you have all the indications at surface that it's holding, that it's sealing, but your bubbles didn't stop. That typically is a sign that you didn't reach what you need to seal. Now, obviously, perforated squeeze is a quite cost-effective methodology, so it probably depends on the success, if it was the right choice to make or not. Now, here there's a couple of other things you can do. So you can go to finer cement and again, geopolymers and resin to seal this off, but it will be quite challenging for true microannuli areas where only gas will percolate through. The next one, and now we get into the more movable solids on the outside, and then a barrier placement is a system which has been becoming more common, is perforate wash and cement. So this, and that's quite important to mention, is aimed at bond log indexes, which are showing that there is basically some material which is movable. So you're not fully cemented here. It's not a system to be used in fully cemented wells. And also this one will not cure microannulus. In the perf wash and cement, we really make Swiss cheese of that pipe on purpose. So not through corrosion, but on purpose. And think here about 20 shots per foot, high entry hole diameter, very short perforating depth, because we're trying to get really a lot of communication to the annulus. Then the movable material, which could be formation, but quite common, it's barite settling, can be removed from the well, and then cement is placed. Now, it was hard to show that in a little animation, but some systems here, cement is placed in between cups, so it positively is pushed to the side. That's one of the first generation systems. A second generation system is to place it with nozzles and then agitate it to make sure that it gets properly placed in the annulus. There are even systems which go for dual casing penetration and then try to do that across two annuli simultaneously. I'm skeptical personally to make that work efficiently when you do not know 100% what you're mediating. A fluid will always take the path of least resistance. So I think that's something worth thinking about when you want to apply that. And then we come really to the last one, which is probably the least popular choice, which would be section milling. So this is where you would remove the annulus locally and basically fill it up with cement. When this is section milling conventionally, we typically mill downwards. When it is section milling where we leave the swarf in the well, we actually typically make mill upwards. This can be over a long length. It is common in like in the UK and Norway. There they talk about 100 foot or 165 feet. So the systems existing which can do this quite effectively in a single trip. Here again, same with the casing milling. It's important to do this with a full system approach. You'll go slower if you do not have the right systems basically to do so. This will remove a microannulus, and then it's quite common to make an additional trip to also underream the formation or the cement so that all the old cement is gone, and then you'll basically place a primary cement job, preferably on a bottom of the cement. And in this case, that could be a inflatable or something which can set below the restriction because you milled out a window below the casing you were running into. Again, enhanced cement, geopolymers, sometimes reinforced with resin are the way to go. Shorter windows, we've seen applications with bismuth alloy in the industry as well. So in summary, and this is the last slide, a little overview with the applications on the top, where at the top of the table, we look at what's the annular fill condition. So that is basically a starting point, understanding what's in the annulus to select any of the different applications. Then a short appreciation, are you perforating, are you removing the casing? An indication of cost, and I understood earlier questions were asked about cost comparison. It's very difficult to make a cost comparison for an entire country or multiple countries and multiple areas. Your depth, working depth varies, your casing size varies, but it is quite easy to assess that, like perforate, circulate, and cement, where you only need a few holes in the pipe, is considerably cheaper than when you do like perf wash and cement, where you have extensive perforating, or casing milling, where you require a lot more equipment at surface and more equipment in the wellbore. But most important is probably to couple that top line of the annular fill with the most likely success case. So where do we see the most success with what of the applications, with the objective to place a barrier 360 degrees around the wellbore, or in the wellbore in case we remove casing, to get the desired success. So this is a perspective based on experience we have gained around the world over many years. But it's also important to highlight that I didn't mention everything possible. So the local expander, which has been successfully used for closing off casing vent flow, as well as biomineralization. Again, I didn't mention any trade names here, but you all know what I'm referring to as an alternative is possible. The casing melting is another possibility which was discussed in May. It does have some concerns about heating up the environment, which I think was pointed out as well. And then the capillary string was mentioned as recent as last week to divert the gas flow for the time being, so you can actually set your plug properly. And we have used vented systems, as we refer to it as well, to allow that gas to go somewhere, and then you can plug that with a mechanical plug quite easily, and then put more barrier material on top of it. And I think that's all I had for the committee, and open it up for any questions you might have.
We will, again, we'll do the same format. If there are any, clarifying questions, or if you will start, and then we'll do the primary discussion after both speakers. Any missing? Let's see if I do have online.
There's nobody raised.
Nobody raised. Okay. I guess you were so clear, because I know I had a few questions as this went along, but then you answered them. So I think we'll probably have, because I think, was there?
To be confirmed on the success ratio, I would say. So yeah, apologies for using an acronym.
Well, and for Missy's lives in England, she understands when he says capillary, but for the rest of you, it's capillary.
Oh,
I didn't even think about that yet.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
Okay. So now,
We'll move to Dwayne Sherritt.
and Dwayne's online, right?
Yep.
So I'm hoping that you guys can see my screen.
Yep, we do. Hey, welcome, Dwayne. Good to see you again.
Yeah, well, thank you guys so much. I want to thank the committee for inviting me today. I'm going to really focus on attracting to the orphan well sector and the larger methane issue at large. But first, an introduction, Dwayne Sherritt. I've been with Halliburton for about 25 years. I manage our low carbon solutions business, which is really 5 verticals. It's our CCUS business, our geothermal business, hydrogen, other energy, and then methane or orphan wells. So we probably P&A about between 12 and 1,600 wells a year, to give you an idea of the scope and scale of our business in that area. But I'm not going to talk about specifics. I'm not going to talk about technologies that we use. What I want to talk about is some of the issues that we're seeing of attracting capital to this major problem, and we'll talk about that at length. So please, at any time, if you got a question or if it's not clear, just stop me. We've got plenty of time, so let me know what you need. So addressing the orphan well challenge, one of the first issues is scale. The amount of the procurement activities we're seeing, I'll touch on real quickly about how that's limiting scale and how we can attack this problem in a meaningful way. The contract limitations, because they revert to state ownership, there's some issues around contracting and the liabilities associated with that. We're talking about how technology is developed for the sector thereof and why it's not getting the attention that some other sectors in the oil and gas industry get. We'll talk about limitations to multi-skilling and the type of fit-for-purpose equipment that is needed, and why we're not seeing that developed at a faster rate. And then we'll close on carbon offsets, which I think is a huge opportunity for this sector to really kind of attract capital and actually solve the problem at large. From a scale perspective, one of the major issues is the current procurement practices. What we're seeing there is it's not really attractive to the majors because they're such small tenders, right? You see 8, 10, 12, 30, 40, 50 wells is a big one, but you don't see the scale of 2,500, 5,000 wells, which is really needed to drive asset velocity and utilization, right? You can't manage in a project management environment if you're only doing 20 wells. There's just not enough utilization of equipment and not enough time, scale, or even scope for you to attack that in a project type environment. And that's when you can really drive down pricing, drive down cost, and improve successes, because you can multi-skill, you can have fit for purpose equipment, but you can't do that unless the time of the contract is right. It matches very closely to the capital placed. The scale of the project allows for efficiencies, and then the scope allows you to manage within that scale, the specific attributes that you need to make an efficient operation. Asset velocity and utilization is absolutely critical to service providers. We have to move these assets. We have to constantly have them in service. The least amount of time we have driving and non-utilizing of equipment, the better the overall cost makeup can be. And it also limits the dedication of resources. If you're competing with other sectors to draw resources from to do small P&A campaigns, it's much different than if you have dedicated resources within that pool. Your capital's amortized down. It just makes a lot more sense from a dedicated resource perspective. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, project management is the key. If you're managing a 2,500 well reduction, or as opposed to 50, your project management, your economies of scale, your purchasing power, all of those things just don't make sense when you're talking about such small contract environments. The contracting limitations, we'll briefly talk about this. I won't go too detailed, but one of the big things is most of these are owned by the state, and as you contract with any of the states, they have a provision for uncapped liability, and that makes it very difficult for all service providers because the liability then becomes much more punitive to the revenue or to the rewards that you're receiving from that contract. Most states also have a 20-year accountability to the service provider for post-well success. So once you P&A a well, you have to monitor that and ensure that it doesn't leak over the next 20 years, or you have to go back and do a remediation job. Well, this also makes it very difficult to price the risk and the associated success of that. So the risk reward is unbalanced. You have service companies funneling, tens of millions of dollars of capital into this space, but with the limited liability, unlimited liabilities and the accounting procedures that they have, makes it really, really difficult to balance that environment. And the overall inefficiency of the procurement process as well. You have the same amount of time and effort to procure a 100 well campaign as you do to procure a 2,500 well campaign. So you can imagine the iterations of tenders that are taking place, the time and energy and commitment it takes to, just respond to that request for work is one thing, as opposed to, if you're doing it in much bigger tranches, you can be more efficient and you can have those resources applied to performance tracking and tracking KPIs as opposed to during the actual buying environment. Technology, we do see some technologies, but it's really an overlap of the oil and gas industry. The returns are much better in other segments. Like every company only has so many R&D dollars, and you're going to focus those dollars on the best returns. And because this is such a low tech, low volume market currently, it doesn't really you don't see the same amount of R&D that you do in other sectors, and the R&D that you do see migrate over wasn't developed specifically for this environment. Like I said, it's pretty relatively low tech. There are some things in the larger P&A campaigns that are necessary, but if you look at the depth and breadth of the issue, it is a really low tech environment. The one plug I will say for How Labs is our incubator project. And that's how we extend our R&D dollars. It's like Shark Tank for any of those that know that show. We kind of interview about between 80 and 100 companies a quarter. And out of those, we take on about 3 or 4 of those companies. And that's really allows us to take on these small companies that are at our TRL 5, TRL 6 level, which means they have a working prototype, but they haven't gone to manufacturing, they haven't commercialized it at scale. So that's something we help them do, but it also allows us to look at very good innovative companies and in spaces that are less attractive to get that technology boost and that real look forward as what those technologies could be and how we could apply those. So that's how we stretch our R&D dollars a little bit. And the current P&A requirements and obligations, the gentleman from Baker did a great job of showing you like a lot of the complexities in the squeezing, the perforating, and how you're actually doing that is what is the lowest minimum standard required to resolve the problem. And I think that's what we've got to get to is a level of continuity across the US on what is the minimum viable standard. And then once we have that, then you can create technologies fit for purpose equipment. You can multi-skill your people towards that goal of, again, the lowest minimum spec, which would be the most efficient and the most cost effective, of course. Multi-skilling and equipment, again, it gets down to scale. Scale prohibits the dedicated staffing of competencies and skills. Because a P&A job is such a small location, you should be able to have employees that do multiple tasks. But if you're taking resources from another sector, whether it's CCUS or geothermal or oil and gas, and bringing them in, you have to bring in a higher skilled person with it, but they only have domain expertise. So they're a cementer or they're a wireline operator or they're what have you, fluids operator. Really what you need is economies of scale that allow you to drive competencies across those. So a cementer could also be your wireline operator, could also be your fluids engineer. So how do we get to a point that it's attractive enough and there's enough scope and scale that we can actually multi-skill and provide fit for purpose equipment, which goes to the next point around capital investment in equipment is not competitive with other segments. If you were going to build a new tool or a new piece of equipment, oil and gas or CCUS or geothermal or even hydrogen might take precedence over the low margin environment that we're seeing here. So until we see a swing in the capital being pushed into this segment and minimum standards and the scale and scope that we can actually run campaigns or create a factory environment, you're just not going to see the investment in this sector and fit for purpose technology and equipment. Again, the time, scale, and scope prohibit project management, which we talked earlier, and the dedicated resources associated to that. Like it's teams develop best practices quickly. Teams develop, can drive out costs. But if you're putting a group together for 20 wells and then taking them away, and then putting another group together for 50 wells and taking them away, that's much different than having that same group of people work on 2,500 wells. You're going to drive learnings, you're going to drive efficiencies, you're going to find ways to drive out waste, which will lower overall costs. And then again, that drives asset utilization, velocity and efficiencies, which would limit return on capital. So unless we have those assets continually deployed and we're efficient with the use of our products and our buying environment and our purchasing power and all the things we need, it's much different to deploy and create a factory atmosphere than it is to deploy on much smaller opportunities. The last part is around carbon offsets. As you plug methane, you're actually providing, an opportunity to create a carbon offset in that environment. When we work extensively with the Oklahoma state government around how could we even create a public trust where we got credits for the for the abatement of methane, turn those into environmental credits, sell those on the open market, and have that come back in to fuel the public trust. So this would really help you monetize P&A and remediation efforts. It would provide a high quality state-backed credit that would be able to fund those efforts. It can create long-term financial stability within the sector. And it'll help us remove a major environmental impact, right? So these credits would be really attractive to your major producers like, Microsoft, Amazon, those major energy consumptions and major, emitters, because the amount of energy that they're actually consuming, they would be very attractive to a carbon offset of this nature, right? So in summary, it was funny today listening to a lot of them. It ranges so much on how many actually orphan wells and abandoned wells are out there. You can read reports that say it's as little as 150K, and you can see some that are north of 3 million. And we personally feel that it's a much bigger problem than we realize. And it is north of 2 million wells in the US that need to be plugged. And this accounts for about 5 to 10% of the total methane emissions. I know that was brought up earlier, but if you dig quite deeply into it, if you look at the methane produced in orphan wells and you just broadly use some assumptions, it easily would fit in the 5 or 10% range of total methane reduction emissions in the US. So if we had different procurement activities, we'd be able to maximize operational and cost efficiency, which would actually drive a lower cost point and allow us to plug more wells in a more timely and cost-efficient manner. It would attract capital to the sector, because if they had a carbon offset that would provide, either a tax credit or the form of tax avoidance, then you're going to have, capital flow into it, which will allow you to drive fit for purpose equipment, multi-skilling people, application of best practices. Those things fall into line very, very nicely. And then finally, better procurement practices will actually enable this to happen. And again, we've got to get to scale. We can't be driving by 20 wells to plug one and then driving home again, right? We need to have 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 5,000 wells in a concentric environment that you can attack in a factory type method. That's pretty much all I had for you today, so I can open it up for questions at this point.
Hey, Dwayne, thank you. Let's start again. We'll offer everybody an opportunity for any specific questions for Dwayne, and then we'll move into a discussion. Adam.
Thank you, Dwayne. This is a clarifying question about a factoid on your last slide where you say orphan wells are responsible for 5 to 10% of methane emissions in the US. Do you mean methane emissions from the oil and gas sector or methane emissions of any type?
I think any type, and I'll give you the source of that later. I can fact that. I knew that would be a question, so I'll get that out to everybody later. There's actually a really good report that just was published on that.
Great, thank you. Please do send.
Yeah.
Okay, other clarifying questions. Let's move into our not seeing any, we'll move into our broader discussion. And one of the things we wanted to do with this panel a bit is to, the chapter group that's working on technology, that this kind of was intended to be an opportunity to really get some ideas from the service companies that are spending money on technology. So I think we'll pose it to both companies, but some of the stuff. So I think, David, that's something you're working on, right?
Yeah, we're looking at current and emerging technologies, both, everything from plug-in materials to use of AI for the planning, just efficient planning and understanding when you don't have when a lot of documentation is missing and all, is there enough insights you can gain from, use of machine learning AI to maybe fill in the blanks. So I'll open up to both companies on that. And thirdly, too, on the maybe a technology on post-plugging monitoring, something that might be passive monitoring, or I know just in general, I know we can't talk too many trade names or maybe, Halliburton and Baker products, but things that for the handful of wells that we may want to keep an eye on because they had, known previous issues, either prior to plugging or throughout the plugging process, that we may want to keep, tabs on for 1 to 2 years. Is there, without having to, be too invasive on, a private landowner's property, and is there downhole techniques, sensors beneath plugs, or potentially systems that you can place at the surface ground level? So maybe just in general, I think y'all gave 2 different perspectives, what drives innovation, but the money has to be right, the investment has to be there. But I think we've come a long way too in P&A.
I can try to answer a few of those, right? So I do agree with what Dwayne said, that the attractiveness to a single P&A market sometimes might not be there for technology development. What we see within our company and other companies as well, that there is still a lot of technology development in this space, because it's attractive for many companies. And it's also of interest. We actually learn things by looking at the P&A market, which we can apply in new well construction as well. And vice versa, right? Some of the technologies, I think, which have advanced because of plug and abandonment is some of the logging technologies, some of the well integrity evaluation, because we had to, not only for the P&A of a well, but also for the sealing, as well as for the well integrity evaluation of existing wells. New technology has come to the market, which can be used across from the well construction phase to the well integrity monitoring phase. Think about all the gas wells in North America, where it's required on, I think, an annual basis to do a well integrity evaluation. And that new technology, which is required for other parts of our life of the well, will actually transfer directly into plug and abandonment. And I think the latest iteration, and that probably was the opposite side, which was being developed mainly for well abandonment, is multi-annulus logging, where we can actually look to multiple strengths, so we don't have to move the tubing anymore. I would say that's in its infancy. I mean, some tools on the market, some tools coming to the market, and I think will The way we adopt technology, we'll probably need another 5 to 10 years to fully adopt that where it can be adopted. And then I think if we take that a step further into barrier materials, we see the same thing. We see that some barrier materials which were used in well construction many years ago didn't live up to the expectations of the well pressure and temperature cycles when we switch them on and off, or maybe when we go to CO2 injection. So we see different, more flexible barrier materials. I mean, the compressive strength of cement is not everything we're looking for. We're looking for a durability of a seal. So I think there again, that cross-pollinates across well construction as well as well plug and abandonment. And I think we learn a few things there. And then I think I'm quite encouraged about stepping away from some of those practices with new sealing materials. That might start with smaller companies, but for scaling that up, that will probably become more mainstream once it's fully qualified, and also when it's used in the right application. And that's probably where I'll stop with one last comment, referring back to my presentation as well. There's a lot of good technologies in the industry. They can be used today. If you use them in the wrong application, they will not work. So I think that's really important, right? We have so many tools in the toolbox, but if you don't pick the right tool for the job, you will learn again that it doesn't work. And I think that's where some of the well integrity evaluation and some of the planning and the lessons learned and the experience all factor in what would I choose for that well to get the best chance of success. And I don't think that can be described necessarily in a law, maybe in a guideline, but I think it comes with experience and institutional knowledge and industry knowledge. So I'll hand it over to Dwayne.
Dwayne, did you want to weigh in on that one at all?
No, I'm good actually on that one. Thank you.
Hey, yeah.
What comes to mind too, I think in previous info gathering sessions and all, and I think you both are good to ask this question, is something that we may contemplate as a committee is the benefit of just industry and private, or maybe research community, industry and government's collaboration on technology and innovation in P&A, and looking at how there are commonalities and goals. I see it a lot in CCS, where we're looking at legacy wells, potential remediation. And we look at outside, Europe, Australia, they have these center of decommissioning excellence and things like that. Maybe, from Halliburton and Baker's perspective, being on a global stage, do y'all participate in those? Do you see value? And is that something that maybe the United States could consider a similar, so that it's just one cohesive, coordinated effort to, prioritize technology, innovation and progress it, and maybe even look at, looking at current, testing of materials to understand long-term effectiveness.
Can I add this? So a couple goals that the committee has talked about, and that would be one, to help facilitate the regulatory approval process, one part of it, and the other would be to expand best practices among some of the technology implementers. Is that, I was just kind of framing the goals kind of that effort.
Agreed.
That makes sense, David.
It does.
Because I had a
I forget about that. Yeah, it just came to mind.
Yeah. But just to help you guys, just why it might be useful for technology developers. And
but I think one of the points they need. Yeah, I think that one of the points that need to be reinforced is that if we can aggregate, to a federal level and not have, 20, 30 different expectations out there, 20, 30 different, permit application processes, like there's just economies of scale. And as we can aggregate these and share best practices across a broader domain, it's going to really help, right? And we see that in Europe. We see that a lot of places where once you standardize that, then you can fund it. And with those that are being productive and high performing areas would attract more funding. You're leaving so many administrative burdens, and you're removing so many barriers that would really make it a lot more attractive. And if we've got 1.6 million conservatively of these wells to attack, and let's say it is 5 or 6% of the total methane, just imagine the impact you could have. You're not solving the problem. It's getting worse every day. So we've got to do something different.
I think to answer your question, David, I think, I mean, and a lot of us in the room here and on the phone have been working on well P&A for a number of years, many decades, some. I do see that it gets more attention international as well as over here. I mean, this, the National Academies here now is tasked to look into it as well, of course. And I do see broader collaboration across industry, across operators, regulators, academia, and technology providers. I mean, Chevron, Baker Hughes, we both participate in PACE, a plug and abandonment collaboration environment, where we have similar sessions and conversations, and that's a global community. So there's SPE. And then more specific to, you mentioned CODA for Australia, Net Zero Technology Center in the UK, SWEPA, Subsurface Well Integrity Plug and Abandonment in Norway. Those are all initiatives which came from a need. And the need is to reduce the cost for well abandonment and to improve the technologies around well abandonment. So I think these are great initiatives. It's difficult to participate in everything, of course. And it's really important to understand the purpose of the regulator or the technology divider, right? Technology development. And I think like what we see in the UK and what we see in Norway is both Net Zero Technology Center and SWEPA. It's partially funded by government and partially funded by industry. So it's actually a collaboration where you both take a stake and you work for a common purpose to improve technology. So there is some funding for technology providers. And that allows some of these, maybe what Dwayne mentioned, less appealing business cases to still make it over the line, become a project, become a technology, and then find its place in the marketplace. I think I'll leave it at that.
No, I think that's great. I think it's just trying to leverage scale, right? It's, you know, the federal government and the states are the de facto operator with 140,000 or more wells on their inventory, as well as bringing the operators to the fold as well, since they're doing the lion's share of plugging and understanding what are the challenges that are common across the states that we can then high grade, you know, the right technologies and best practices as well, right? So because maybe we do have the technologies available, it's just, are we consistent in our approach and application?
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, Adam. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So this question is as much to Davis and Dennis as it is to Bart and Dwayne. So I'm thinking about costs in two different ways. And I know that we aren't going to be able to talk about absolute numbers, but I'm interested in relative numbers. And so one question is about how much might average plugging costs come down? Let's say we do technological research, economies of scale. Are we thinking about 25% cost reductions we might be able to get in plug jobs, 50%, 75? What might be possible? So that's one question. I'll start there.
I'll take the first stab at that. I personally strongly believe it'd be north of 30%. You just see that in other type environments when you can introduce a factory type model where you're efficiently moving products throughout a concentric work area, which is what you'd be able to develop in this case. You would see costs drop at I would say a minimum of 30%. Bart, do you disagree?
I don't foresee costs going down at all. I foresee costs going up because the cost of goods, it just keeps going up. You know, your cement, your labor and everything just keeps going up. It's not going to go down. Plugging costs is not going to go down. The more volume of plugging you do, the more the industry is going to use the parts up, the more you're going to need it. You know, the less available people you're going to have to do the work. Right now, we're having qualified people to run cementers, wireline trucks. Everybody's already got them grabbed up. So us guys, and I'm talking for Davis too, we're having to use the same market as you guys are using, Baker or Halliburton. We got to get your guys. We got to hire cementers. We got to hire wireline guys. We got to pay market price. Well, we pay market price. It's just driving the prices up. Historically, prices, the independent guys were cheaper than Halliburton or that's going away because, everybody hired us to have more newer equipment and, stuff. And the process is that everybody's asking us to do more and not less. It's like,
Yeah.
like running bombs, doing a lot of stuff. I don't see how you're going to cut the cost any at all.
I think Dwayne was going to chime in.
Yeah, and just to counter to that, we applied actually jointly with Mike to just over 5.6 $560 million P&A grant that was offered out earlier this year from the DOE. And in there, we showed there was about 60,000 wells within a 20-mile radius of Duncan, Oklahoma. So that's where your real efficiencies and costs are going to come, right? Is that if you have a concentric work environment with a high density of wells, you're going to be able to create a factory environment that is absolutely going to drive down costs significantly because you're going to be able to schedule, you're going to be able to have fit for purpose equipment and multi-skill, right? You can't do that in the industry today because you don't have scale, scope, and velocity. Once you've created that though, then you can have a cementer that can do a wireline job the same person. There's things that you can do to not only create efficiencies within the assets that you have, but the how you're attacking that work, how you're placing assets within that concentric environment, right? That's where you're going to get your real savings. To your point, you'll have cost of good challenges, you'll have labor challenges, but the overall market efficiencies that can be created by creating a factory type environment where you're doing the same type of work day in, day out, you're going to have significant cost and savings. So I just want to politely disagree with that statement. That's all. I don't know if you wanted to chime in, Mike, if you felt the same or.
Well, I think just the logistics of being able to buy concrete for 30,000 wells in bulk or things of that nature. Just, if the price isn't going down, then we probably need to fire everybody in materials management or supply chain. The other thing too, as I mentioned before, industry within an industry drives efficiency and effectiveness. In order for us to increase that profit margin, it's going to be on us to do it faster, cheaper, better, etc. But right now, I think to the point, and to your point, and we live it too, is until it is guaranteed work of some volume or velocity, then we're just taking what we can get when we can get it with the labor that we've got. And there's no way I'm growing a garden right now unless I know I've got somebody to buy the product.
Let me just ask one kind of follow-on question, and then we'll continue this, and then we'll move on here a little bit. But as a little moderator's prerogative, but it sounds interesting in an Oklahoma. But is that something that where you have this large number of wells, but can you replicate that across the country, or are there just a few discrete areas where, is it a Texas, Oklahoma kind of opportunity, maybe a Pennsylvania, but otherwise there's some states that have a much smaller inventory.
No, I think you solve for the masses, and to your point, you just follow the maps that we've looked at most of the day, and that concentration of wells is going to be that concentration of hydrocarbons. Particularly, pick any of the basins right now, even though it's not a big problem right now, it's coming from that standpoint, because they even, you don't have a decline curve there anymore. You got a decline cliff. So from that standpoint, if you follow anywhere where there's a concentration of wells and you can do the most good related to the most opportunity on well count, that's where you would focus. And then your outliers just become your outliers.
Yeah.
So let me, Davis, did you want to add into this conversation like you were?
Yes, sir. Just to throw one comment in, I hear Dennis and I hear Dwayne, and I think to some degree you guys are both seeing this accurately. As we increase what we're doing to plug a well, we're going to run a bond log, we're going to pull more casing, whatever we're going to do to ensure integrity, that cost is going to go up. But my background is at EOG Resources, where every year management asked us for a 5% cost reduction on whatever we were doing, drilling, fracking, whatever. And you find a way to do it because you just improve really a lot of what you're saying, Dwayne, of the actual materials and people and everything. That's getting more expensive every year. But then how through a strategy to make that cheaper. And just I'll give one anecdote. We're a small plugging company. We run traditionally 3 rigs. The Railroad Commission asked us to increase our rig count based on federal funding, and so we did, and then didn't end up getting to spend that money. So laid those rigs down, laid those guys off, lost some real efficiencies there just through knowledgeable guys who went on and found another way to make a living. So now but those 3 rigs traditionally have been spread out across District 7B, which is, about a 3-hour radius. We moved all 3 rigs onto the same lease, and I pumped twice as much cement that month. And it just blew my mind that was possible. And that's not always going to be repeated, but there's ways to get those, Dwayne, I 30% is pretty optimistic. But there's ways to get some cost improvements and efficiency improvements if you're marching through things in a strategic campaign where you've got a wireline truck, that can cover 2 rigs instead of 1. Well, now you've reduced your wireline cost in half. Or, you run out of cement on one well because the plug drank more than you thought, and you've got a cement truck 5 miles down the road, and you don't have to shut in for the day and round trip 5 hours back home. So the cost of what we're doing is going up. If we don't approach it pretty intelligently in some of the ways that Dwayne mentioned, and I don't know that for a company my size, it needs to be 1,500 wells. It could be a 100 well package instead of a 10 well package, but if you don't approach it intelligently, those costs are going to go up.
That's well said.
Noel, did you have something to add or to?
Yeah, I had a question, but let's go to the committee members first and then,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Nathan, I think David, I don't know if you wanted to jump back. Okay, sorry about that. Nathan.
Yeah, I have studied this issue of the cost reductions associated with like the major drilling campaigns. And we saw, we've always seen this sort of surprising drop. And it's really the important question of carbon capture and storage, whether or not we'll ever be able to see the kind of cost reductions. Nobody thinks that plugging wells is going to see the cost reductions and improvement efficiencies that we had in solar and wind panels, because we made millions of those that were all exactly the same, more or less, just different sizes. And that's the biggest driver. So the industrial thing of doing the same thing over and over again is bigger than the having continuous operations and not having downtime, which drives that definitely saves costs and efficiencies. But the biggest driver is when you can just do the same thing over again. And if I've heard anything from the speakers, is that all these are orphan wells are little prima donnas that individually have their own, love that we got to show to them, which to me bodes less optimistically for the cost reductions.
Jim?
Thank you. I guess one of the themes we've heard, today, and we've heard throughout the process with everyone that has come to speak to us, and we talk about efficiencies and such as that. Is one of the things is the age of the wellbore. We talked. I know Adam's talked about what happens 10 years from now when we add to the orphan well list. Well, most of those wells we're going to have well records on. And it's a lot easier in a single field to have well records and to, come up with potential savings. But one thing we know and have heard across multiple states is where the age of the well is such that where you have no records. I find it hard until you can get into some of these areas and, plug a substantial percentage of the wells to kind of know what you're dealing with. But until then, it's almost a one well, operation. And I don't see how, to me, cost and scale in that type of scenario is going to be tough. I think, once we are plugging orphaned wells that, records are available, I can see that being an opportunity to see some of the cost reductions. But in terms of a true unknown wellbore, I think you have to get in and see what you find out. And it may be totally different than a well, half a mile away.
Thanks, Jim. Nathan, is your card just up from before? Or? Okay. Well,
Sure. Yeah, this is Noelle. I just have kind of an open-ended question. We've talked a little or touched a little bit on workforce, and I guess I'm just wondering, Dennis, Davis, Dwayne, and Bart, what's your experience or perspective on what the workforce is like in this field? Like when you need to hire, or if you are expanding, is the workforce there? And if so, we've talked pretty extensively, or if it's been mentioned several times that you need trusted P&A contractors, and how is that achieved currently? Is that largely, as we were talking about in the last panel, passing down kind of knowledge exchange, passing down from, prior generations or more senior people who've been in the business for a long time? Or to your knowledge, are there up and coming like training programs or workforce development activities for this field and for, producing more highly trained P&A contractors or engineers? That's just an, open-ended question.
I can tackle that a little bit. From Halliburton's perspective, we hire between 4,000 and 6,000 people a year into cementing roles or wireline roles or any of those roles, primarily for our oil and gas business. So we take those resources, then funnel them into the P&A campaigns as they come up. So we don't have a dedicated workforce per se as P&A, but they have the skills necessary through their oil and gas competencies. So that's how we have a very robust training program for entry level people. And then, once they get skilled, we have a hard time keeping them sometimes because they're attractive to smaller operators. So that does happen, but so that's how we manage that is that it's the input from our oil and gas sector that allows us to drive competencies and the correct skill sets for the P&A business. Same as technology, to be quite truthful.
Thank you. Dennis, I saw you unmute yourself briefly.
I don't know of any people that training schools or anything that train just to be a P&A operator. You know, we have guys that work for me that are supervisors. They run a cementer, they run the wireline, they run the whole show. And I've got one of those guys on every one of my rigs. Those guys make 175,000 a year right now. You know, they're getting paid well, but they have to work. And some days they're working, you know, 10 hours a day. Sometimes they're working 16 hours a day. And a lot of times they work 7 days a week. And, you know, they'll get days off, but you know, we have the rest of the guys on the crew, you know, the rig operators are making $40 an hour. You know, all the hands on there are making, you know, 15, 16, 18, $20 an hour. You know, you add all that up, we're not much different than Halliburton or Baker. We're having to pay compensated wages. They may make a little more, they may have a few more benefits. We have 401k health insurance just like everybody else. You know, we have to do that to compete. We don't hire anybody from Baker or Halliburton because they don't come to me. They're not going to come work on a P&A job where a guy's got to run a cementer and a wire line. They're going to go, I'm a guy that runs a cementer, or I'm a guy that runs a wire line. You know, when you get guys that, you know, I've hired guys that were some of my best P&A operators ever that worked at a convenience store. I had to go out on a job in the morning, and I'm like, I have to run the job because there was nobody there. I'm at the guy at the convenience store. I'm like, what are you doing? And he goes, I wish I could get another job. I said, you want to go to work today? He left. Told his supervisor, I'm done, went with me. I got him some clothes, took him to worked for me for 30 years and retired. He was a P&A supervisor for almost all of that. You know, the guy was smart. He picked it up, worked. You know, he wasn't much to look at, but, you know, he worked hard, you know. Hey, anyway, you know, I don't know, you know, in the plugging industry that Davis and I do, not Halliburton, not Baker. Y'all are in a different league than we are. We're not in the same league as you guys are. We have rigs, we have trucks, we have everything we do. We have to move. We have to move all that stuff, and our guys that work there move all that stuff. They move that from well to well to well. You know, we get 35 well, 40 well packages. We're on a 35 well package right now. It's not cutting my cost down any. I mean, my costs are the same. You know, you got the same trucks, the same rigs, the same stuff. And I'll just be honest with you. I've been in this business since 1987. I've never seen the price of cement go down ever. We get a rate increase everywhere. And if you look going down the highway, if you look at the road construction going on the highways, the buildings going up, how many cement trucks do you see out there? They don't really need the oil field. They used to be at the oil field. Hey, it was great. They sold a lot of cement to us. But since all the construction, the bridges and everything, we're a small piece of the pie now.
I think a couple of comments to add, right? So I think competency is a big thing. It doesn't matter who we hire, where they go to work. It's the same intensive training program to qualify and do competencies. We do actually have a well plug and abandonment training course. And that actually does not teach you how to run the wireline truck or the cement unit, but you come in with either or another piece of your background experience, and it's more the well P&A engineering side of things. So we start actually with the understanding of the regulatory environment. Depending on where the course is hosted, we vary a little bit, whether it's here or elsewhere in the world. And then we'll go through the first part as an understanding of the subsurface. Because I think there's two, then maybe this is more off the record, but there's two things you need to accomplish. The first thing is you need to seal the well. The second thing, somehow you need to align with what the regulator wants you to do, right? But sealing the well is really important. So, and then we'll go into the different phases of the well plug and abandonment and what are the best methodologies, best practices. So we do have that course internally to get our predominantly well construction production part of the company and generally speaking the industry more familiar with the practices for well plug and abandonment. And I think that transfer of knowledge is important. There's a lot of knowledge for the people who do it, but as we're scaling up, that knowledge needs to proliferate to other engineers and throughout companies to better adopt those lessons learned already by others, right? Because if we do continue to learn our own lessons for the first time and we don't learn from the industry, then for sure will continue to cost a lot of money. When you adopt those lessons, you might be able to design out some downtime. I do 100% agree, Dennis. The cost of doing business is not going down, right? We're actually doing really well if we keep the cost equal, compensated for inflation, to be honest. And the wells do not tend to become easier. We see with repurposing of wells or repurposing of reservoirs, now called storage units. For CCUS, we see actually an increase of the number of plugs planned in some of those fields. So the cost might not go down, but we might be able to, with efficiency, to keep them pretty equal to where they are. But it will vary from field to field, and challenging wells will always cost more than simple wells. Yeah, I don't know if that fully answered your question, Noel.
Yeah, no, this is all really helpful to hear. Thank you, Davis.
I'll chime in on your question, Noel, with a couple of points. First is, if you figure it out, let me know, because finding good people is really, really hard. And a couple of things I'll say is, first of all, on the front lines of the guys who are either supervising the job or operating the rig, it's those guys, at least in our company, are most of them living close to paycheck, or at least don't have much in their savings. And so I just want to say that consistent, steady work is probably the number one way that you keep those guys where they're building knowledge for 10 or 30 years instead of jumping ship after 7 when you lay a rig down. So consistency where you can really develop that is key. And then the second thing I'll say is, whether you're a operator or a regulator, but to the regulators in the room, reward the good ones. I mean, you'll see there's 2 tiers of oilfield service companies, and especially in the plugging space, there's a bunch of guys who are pretty redneck, and they're going to be the low cost on every bid, and they may have knowledge, but it doesn't really matter if they're not committed to doing it right. And so find somebody who's committed to doing it right, and you'll be able to tell through the way they, talk through the problems they're seeing on the well, that they're more concerned with the integrity of the plug than they are with whatever else is motivating them. So that's 2 ways that we can really, I think, boost the level of professionalism in P&A, where, guys like Dennis, who are the most knowledgeable and have a lot of experience, they can continue to grow and thrive. So
Thank you, everyone. That was really helpful.
Thank you. We have just a little, I don't want to drag this out, but if we have a few minutes, or let me just call, is there any final questions, discussion we want to raise? And if not, we'll wrap up a few minutes early, but let me just look around the room, online. We had let me just say, we had a couple questions come in, but I read them, and I think we generally covered those topics that in the Q&A that came in. There was some stuff, it's a little bit of granularity on the 30%, and I thought we beat that cost horse pretty hard, so I didn't re-raise that. Looks like we're good. I want to, Dwayne and Bart and Davis and Dennis, thank you so much. This has been, I think, a really good way to wrap up this day. So really appreciate all of you that giving your time for this effort. Much appreciated. We may have some follow-up questions. We're doing some of this stuff. Will most likely be, any follow-on work is probably through a virtual session, but we have a few of those scheduled to kind of get, and then we gotta, I know the committee is going to be working on trying to write, and sometimes questions come up, so we may come back around. So, but again, thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys. And with that, I'll turn things back over to Noel, unless Missy, did you have any? Okay.
Yeah, and thank you, Mike, as well online for sticking around and chiming in. Yeah, no worries. Just wanted to include him in. Yeah, I don't have much else to add, other than just another thank you. I think these information gathering sessions are incredibly valuable, and we really appreciate everyone taking the time. It's very time consuming, so thank you, including the prep and the meeting itself. So very much appreciated. All right, and with that, I'll let everyone go. Thanks so much.
All travel safe.
Thank you.